Hello everyone, sorry for the delay. Welcome to the first edition of Coral Clash Low Tide. My name is Hammy, and this is my lovely commentator Fufu. Fufu, how you doing?
Hello, I'm very excited to just sit here and commentate the first return of Coral Clash here. I'm very excited. That's all I can say. I'm beyond excited.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a very fun experience.
Yeah, through rain or shine, we will show you Coral Clash. It has been an interesting day, to say the least. We've had some interesting setbacks today. We've had some literal and metaphorical thunderstorms. Myself and Fufu, we're the backup commentators, so please bear with us. And our first match here against Jellyfish Jam and Ink Drinkers. Also a little bit of a thunderstorm going on, as it seems like we have a 3v4 on our hands. Fufu, do you think that'll change how Ink Drinkers are going to change this game? Play this game?
It can really go any way here because we've seen. I remember back in the LUTI sets, there was a 3v4 situation, and the team with 3 on them still managed to pull through. So really, I'm leaving this open. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, you know? I mean, I haven't seen many of these players play before. I'm not too familiar with Jellyfish Jam or Ink Drinkers, other than, of course, that one of the members of Ink Drinkers, I believe the captain, is also one of the lovely head admins here at Cephalopod Cooperative. The new era of Cephalopod Cooperative, might I add. So we'll have to see how they play and kind of see what stuff they bring out.
Looking at the roster, I actually recognize, I think, a couple of those names on there. Very interesting to see them. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table again.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Looks like we're about to get underway here. Both the teams are ready, and any second now we should be getting into our first match. Oh, yeah, they're now selecting their weapons. I forgot about the weapon selection. It's been a little while.
We do see Clam Blitz Museum. It has been a little while. Museum clams first. Honestly, what I really want to see is a leader.
Oh. We've lost connection. Yeah, so close, so close. Technical difficulties, love them.
Both teams took a 0-3 to the disconnect button. It's over.
Yeah, so yeah, Clams Museum. God, this one is a nightmare for my team. I don't know. How do you think you fare on Museum Clams? Any inside information? Any cool strats you want to see today?
I mean, in all honesty, I'm a leader. I'm a backline player. I can hear the boos from Twitter, but honestly, all I'm excited seeing a leader that taking a backline with that much range with such an open middle is always nice to have. It's just all the space it could take, but it's always like when you're trying to run a backline weapon, it's always such a big risk because you have to make space for them, make sure they're okay, all that jazz. But you can also take a fast route and absolutely storm their plat if you really want to. There's a lot of things you can do this game. There's a lot of stuff you can do. Personally, I like Museum. Like I said, backline brain.
Yeah, I'm on the total. I'm on the total opposite side because I'm a frontliner, as much as I don't like to be. I used to be a support player and frontliner of a current team, and yeah, it's a good map for the right weapons. I just don't play the right weapons.
Oh no.
I struggle with some of those angles and giving me a lot of grief. I've had many different coaches look at my plays and just stunned in silence at some of the maneuvers I make. So hopefully,
no.
I'm hoping that these two teams here will play a bit smarter than I do.
Hammer, you were born to support, force the front line. We ball with it.
Yep. All right, it looks like we are getting the match set up again after what is hopefully the final technical difficulty, preferably of the night, at least for the first round.
We've had an interesting day. We had a very interesting day.
Again, this is the... Yeah, for anyone, I'll just give some quick background for anyone who doesn't know. Cephalopod Cooperative has been going under a huge rework, entirely new staff team, entirely new stream setup, entirely new tournament setup. Like everything is different. So if you've been around for the old Cephalopod Cooperative, that's gone. You don't know us anymore. We are brand new, built from the ground up. So
Cooperative? Who are those guys? We only know Cephalopod Cooperative.
yeah. Oh,
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay, the teams are picking their weapons. We are about to be getting into the first match of the night with only a slight half-hour delay.
A little bit of a delay, just a slight delay. Oh no, I'm just happy we're able to get off the ground here and just move forward and get our games going.
Yep. Hope everyone at home is hydrated and are ready to go because we are very soon about to get into our first match. Just waiting for the underdogs here, the team with 3 members, to finish picking up their weapons, and we'll be ready to go.
I'm very excited to see how this goes. Like I said, this is a can of worms. Anything could happen. I do want to believe that both teams are very strong players, but anything can happen.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. That's why I love low-level tournaments. You never know what you're going to see. You're going to see some crazy comps. You're going to see some really interesting plays, a lot of weird reads. It's so much more entertaining than the high-level play because you just don't know what to expect.
I love that. It's honestly just about anything here. Again, ooh, you want to pick leader so bad. We want to see a leader.
We are getting into our first match of the night. The Jellyfish Jam versus the Ink Drinkers. We're seeing an Ink Brush, Wiper, T-Tech, and Splash inside of Jellyfish Jam, and Splatter Shot, T-Tech, End Zap, and Ballpoint on the side of Ink Drinkers. Sorry, I forgot the name. You can see we've seen an immediate rush from the Jellyfish Jam side. Oh, wrong button. Excuse me. Yeah, and as you can see, the team of 3 here on the Ink Drinkers are playing very, very defensive. They don't want to get caught out too much, but they are pushing into mid with a nice pick on the T-Tech.
It looks like there's going to be like a big shift of play from the side of blue here, just because they have 3 players. They have to play a lot safer in order to just keep their numbers here. As the crab gets a pick here, but really good crab. We love seeing the crab actually.
The Ink Brush pushes in and manages to break the barrier, and they get another power clam in. Will they get more clams? Yes, they do, as the Wiper gets picked down. I believe the T-Tech is the last one pushed up. Are they going to try to get a clam? No, they're going to play it safe, and they're going to take that 57 to the bank.
A rather good push for starting here. I mean, if you can secure a pretty good lead at the start, I mean, you're pretty much set here.
Yeah, for sure. This is a pretty hard map to break in. There's a lot of routes. There's, you know, the cut on the side. There's the ramp. You can go through the mid spinner, but it's still it's always risky because it's so easy to get shut down on this map.
For sure. It's like defense is really nice on this map. You can stall things out. Well, not so much for the team trying to offend here, but just Hammer coming down, and just here comes the second power clam, putting more points into the basket as they continue their offense here. This is looking really rough for Ink Drinkers here, as Jellyfish is just making this assault here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ink Drinkers not able to push them out of their plat area, so it looks like they're going to keep getting more clams in. Seems like they made the end of the push, though. They're starting to reclaim some territory. And yes, the basket is closed. It's not over yet for the Ink Drinkers, but it's looking pretty slim here.
It can happen. You know, you never know when you're going to get a 0 to 100 push out of nowhere. Who knows? But even then, Jellyfish does have a really good, solid number here. Like, just a couple clams, like a couple power clams in, and we're all good to go.
And some unfortunate deaths on the side of Ink Drinkers here. They're passing clams on Jellyfish Jam, and they are getting ready to break the barrier and a miss. Will this give them an opportunity? No, it will not.
It doesn't take much here for it to be knocked to a knockout, as they're just putting these clams in. I think that, yep, there it is. And then knockout here from Jellyfish.
Yeah, Jellyfish Jam taking game 1. Unfortunately, Ink Drinkers not able to shock us with their 3v4. The set's not over, though. There's still time to bring it back with a nice reverse sweep. You never know what you're going to see here.
We never know what we're going to see. That is true. Ooh.
This little fist bump to end it off. Alright, let's see. Our next map here is Hagglefish Market. Oh, there's a train going by. Of course there's a train going by. Welcome to the first Cephalopod Cooperative stream of the new era. Yeah, so we have Hagglefish Market, Splat Zones. This is a personal favorite of mine. It's such a fun map mode combination. I think that every scrim, every tournament should start with it. It's so good.
Hagglefish might be beloved. Sure, you're gonna have, you know, it's a fight for the mid a lot of the times, but regardless, it's just that, it's that map, you know? I mean, Mako is a good, like, contest for, like, what would be considered that map, but I think Hagglefish, I'm a Hagglefish bias.
Oh, for sure. Like, I don't know. I think Hagglefish is pretty iconic in most modes. Just, it has, I like the shape of it. There's a lot of ways to move, but it's also not very overbearing.
Yeah, it's like you have two technically flank options. I mean, we know the maps are Tetris pieces, but you know, I think I can make an excuse for Haggle. I love Haggle. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to think. So let's look at what weapons they ran last time. So I know we had an ink brush. Oh shoot, I thought you could. Oh man, you can't look at previous apparently if you're a spectator, private battles don't go into your list of matches anymore. It's unfortunate. Oh, do we have a fourth player showing up?
I think we have a fourth player. The tables are now even.
Is this where the Ink Drinkers reverse sweep comes in? I believe this may be the case. It seems they have a fourth player. Waiting for the confirmation when they switch to the team. Yes, they do have 4 players now. It is no longer a 3v4. We are finally going to see some evenly paced action. Will Ink Drinkers be able to bring back the score? We'll just have to wait and find out. Let's just hope that they perform well on this map, because again, Hagglefish Splat Zones, it's pretty much everyone. It's a largely loved map. Everyone seems to do well on it, so they'll just have to outplay their opponent.
Yeah, some even playing here. I am very excited to see how this match goes down, because Ink Drinkers now has a chance to make the comeback. However, it's like we still got to give a hand, because Jellyfish Jam was still throwing hands last game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm wondering what kind of comps we're going to see. Like, I wonder if that ink brush is going to come back out. I'm personally an ink brush fan. I got 5 stars on it. It's really fun, but I wonder if they're going to keep that aggressive playstyle. They want to be able to move around the map quickly, maybe get some flanks in there, or if they're going to try to play a more traditional Splat Zones comp. But either way, we are moving into the match. Both teams are ready to go, and we're going to get into here. So, we have Wiper T-Tech Brush. I don't think there's any switches in that comp on that side. And, ooh, now we see an E-Leader and a Tetra coming out on the side of the Ink Drinkers.
Yeah! Oh! I love seeing some E-Leader action. Both teams are over here rushing into mid. Okay, the battle for the zone begins. We do see some flanks here on the right as, ooh! We see a really good pick here from the Wiper as Jellyfish Jam caps his zone.
We have a T-Tech here on the left side from Jellyfish Jam, trying to shark and not get picked off by that E-Leader. We have a lot of action getting pushed into the side of the Ink Drinkers here. Jellyfish Jam really holding their ground and not letting them break back in. They want to make this a clean, easy 2-0.
Seeing that crab, some free space. Whoa! I thought the hammer was going to snipe the crab for a second there. That would have been crazy. However, Ink Drinkers does manage to take the zone back and hopefully be able to keep it here as they're going to start putting pressure on Jellyfish Jam here.
Yeah, a nice trade here in the favor of Jellyfish Jam as they take back the zone and keep it before the Ink Drinkers get a lead. We have some sharking going on here, some stealthy plays from the Ink Brush, gonna get a pick there. They're pushing pressure on the E-Leader, but unfortunately they get picked. They flew a little bit too close to the sun there.
Unfortunately, regardless, Jellyfish Jam is doing a really good job of putting pressure onto Ink Drinkers, forcing them back and not letting, whoa, I take it back. That crab had a really good pick on the splash there as Ink Drinkers go ahead and take their zone again. They have a chance to put more pressure here, but Jellyfish Jam is just holding their ground as they have the chance of also making their comeback with those strikes coming out.
Yeah, it does seem that Ink Drinkers here want to try to get back, or sorry, Jellyfish Jam wants to try to get back in here before they lose the lead, but they're doing a Ink Drinker's doing a great job of holding the zone, but not long enough, and they managed to not take that lead.
Reef Slater on the top there. Unfortunately, those sectors getting punished, but Jellyfish Jam is just now again in control of their spawn. The zone keeps going back and forth. However, Jellyfish Jam is able to keep it just a bit longer here than Ink Drinker. Wow, leader pick! Leader pick! Very nice pick. Are they going to be able to get a second here? As Leader's is able to take that space in middle, but of course, the whales are going to go ahead and displace them there.
Ink Brush gets a quick pick on two different players. There gets pushed out and killed by the crab, who may now put pressure on the mid as they have 10 seconds left before they lose this match. Will the Ink Drinkers be able to take the zone with 4 seconds left? Does not look likely, and that is going to be game for Jellyfish Jam.
Able to hold that zone there. Even with the zone going back and forth a couple times, Jellyfish Jam was just able to put more pressure on Ink Drinkers and just hold that. Very, very good job.
Yeah. Great plays from both sides, unfortunately. Ink Drinkers not able to get that win to continue the set. Actually, unless it's... No, I mean, it is a play all three, so they will be playing the next match. Though it will count as a win overall regardless for the Jellyfish Jam. So it's just up to Ink Drinkers to start to build up that momentum for the next set and finish off on a win.
Sure, we do see Ito Ali Tower. Very interesting map choice here we have.
Yeah, it's the middle of this map is a very interesting one because the first checkpoint is right next to the center. There's not a lot of early on movement from that tower. So we'll have to kind of see how both the teams adapt to that, maybe some weapon changes. The Jellyfish Jam seemed pretty confident on their weapon picks, though the Ink Drinkers did make a couple of changes in Game 2. So we'll have to see how they adapt to Game 3.
Ink Brush just going in and causing some mayhem. I personally don't see too many Ink Brushes running around, so it's nice to see one as well. Just going in there causing some mayhem. Love to see it.
Like I said before, Ink Brush is my only 5-star weapon. I don't play competitively because my team won't let me, but gosh, I love it. It's such fun. Yeah, I love being a rat, being a goblin, just running around.
You get to be annoying in like a good way. Annoying in a good way, you know?
Yeah.
You have to go cause some mayhem.
Yeah, it's the best way to be annoying. It's the only socially acceptable way to be annoying.
Help! It works. It works.
Exactly.
It's just the Ink Brush life.
Alright.
Yeah, people tend to switch it up for a little bit of the different annoying weapons. Alright, have at it.
For sure. Yeah, so we have our players readying up here, going into our third and final match of the first set of the night. Waiting on one more player to ready up, and then we'll be ready to go on Eeltail Tower Control.
Very excited. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if I see another sniper coming out on Ink Drinkers. I personally like it on Eeltail, but also Jellyfish Jam has to have a good chunk of aggression there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they switch it out either. It could be really anything here. Yeah,
it's all up to the player's comfort. Again, it can be scary bringing that charger when it's tower control because it's easy to jump onto the bridge and just take control. But we are going into our next match here. The last match of the Jelly Jam versus Ink Drinkers. Tower control Eeltail. You're seeing no changes in the side of Jellyfish Jam. And we're seeing a switch to the Nautilus. And also 2 end zaps on the side of Ink Drinkers. Do you think the double soda is gonna make any big changes here on the side of the Ink Drinkers, Fufu?
Honestly, I was not expecting a double zap. You can only do so much with double cooler. That is a thing. If one zap can farm enough special, I mean, you might as well switch out for a more aggressive weapon. But I'm kind of interested to see how this is gonna play out.
You see a very aggressive opening to the Nautilus, getting a pick, taking out a beacon, and just causing some general mayhem. Unfortunately, didn't get them much progress. Like I said, the tower here, the checkpoints are very close together, so there's not a lot of movement at the beginning of the map. But it looks like we are able to get through the first checkpoint on the side of Jellyfish Jam, as they're able to get off of the little mid block there. Not much movement after that. We do have some missiles coming out for displacement. The crab picks off of Tetra, and we may have some pushing. They're pushing out into the side of the Ink Drinkers.
being able to just push past that midpoint is just a much better advantage for the team that's pushing tower. It's really hard to get out at that point, but just having those big points and pushing past is already just a huge lead there, especially as we're seeing here from the side of Jelly Jam, as they're able to just put so much pressure on Ink Drinkers as they get to a whopping 29 points.
Yeah, such a big snowball here once you get your back that first checkpoint. The Wiper picking off a couple of players inside of Ink Drinkers. Unfortunately, they have one player left alive, and they're getting rushed down by the T-Tech, or the Splash, sorry, who has taken them out. That's delayed wipe for the Jellyfish Jam on the Ink Drinkers. Will they be able to bring this back to the checkpoint, or will the Ink Drinkers hold them out?
Ooh, unfortunate Ink was punished there. Love seeing some Not. Not is a very powerful weapon if utilized correctly. It's very nice to see out on the field as they're just marking players and forcing them to move out of their space.
Yeah. It's, a reef slider there that I missed because I hand off the controller. And there's a couple of picks just going left and right on both sides of the map here as Ink Drinkers managed to get to the checkpoint. Will they take it? Yes, they can. Thanks to a couple of good picks, and now they have their soda out. They have a couple members down, but they're taking the advantage regardless, and they're just trying to push up and do their best to push back against this Jelly Jam squad.
Whoa, we might actually see a double here from the Zap. They do actually take two down, and of course he gets taken down as the first cleans up. We see a lot of trades happening here. Oh, the plates are starting to even all over again.
Yeah, they are going left and right with all these picks. They are not making it easy for new commentators to try to figure out what's going on, but there is plenty of action going on. As I mentioned before, this low-level play is so interesting to watch because you just never know what's going to happen. You never know when the tides are going to turn.
I love it. I love just the mystery of what could happen. But we actually do see Jellyfish Jam going in and pushing beyond the 29 points that they had. If they can sit here and lock Ink Drinkers out of their base, they might just be able to push past this check, which is really close here. It's going to be rough as they're getting stormed here by, whoa, two down.
Oh,
But that Wiper might just finish, and they finish it off.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate KO. We had one of the end zaps there, managed to get a double kill on the side of Ink Drinkers, but unfortunately a Jellyfish Jam member managed to sneak onto the tower and just barely get that KO, resulting in a 3-0 sweep from the side of Jellyfish Jam.
An insane show of strength here from Jellyfish Jam. They did an amazing job, again, just putting pressure on Ink Drinkers. We love to see it. If you can hold the team back, 3 points. Well, not 3 points is a bad way to put it, but a lot of points.
Yeah. Well, congratulations
to
both.
Teams think well.
Yeah, congratulations to both teams. Jellyfish Jam, congrats on taking that win over Ink Drinkers. Ink Drinkers, I mean, hey, if it wasn't a 3v4 to start off, maybe things could have changed that differently. You never know how it's going to be. But we are going to get ready for our next match, so we will take a brief intermission. I believe the next match should be ready soon, so it won't be too long. And we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the first edition of Coral Clash Low Tide. I am your host, Hammy, joined by Fufu, and we are about to get into the next set of the night, which is going to be Celestia versus Casual Krakens.
We're very what these two are gonna bring.
Now,
sea names.
Yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes. Fufu, I heard you were talking. You know one of the players here on Celestia. Any insight?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Any insight on if they're a strong player? They're gonna carry the team, win the game, or what's going on?
I like to think that teams all work together here, but he's pretty crazy with it. Pretty crazy stamper, I would say. I have belief in the whole team. However, commentators, we keep a neutral space. Both teams bring their all, and we go with it.
All right. We also, another friendly face on Team Celestia, Elysium, staff member here at Cephalopod Cooperative. Thank them for their efforts. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with the majority of the roster of either of these teams. There'll be nice, interesting plays we'll see coming out from them. I believe we are getting the match ready, so it's a perfect time to look at our map list for round 2, starting off on Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker.
Oh, here we go. The non-Tetris piece map. Instead, it's a little too wide.
Yeah, no, this is a map that always it's a fun one for my squad whenever we run it. We like to throw a dynamo in there. It's a classic for the map. It's a really interesting one because it's very wide, very short map, and with the Rainmaker especially, there's that left side cut that's pretty quick, and the right side is easy to contest. There's a lot of room to move around, and a lot of good fights to be had in the middle of the map.
I like people. I've seen people compare it to like just a big playground because it's just a lot to move around with. It's always bumpy. There's a lot to it. I personally really like sloshers on this map. Sloshers are pretty fun on here, in my opinion.
As a tri-slosher one trick, I have to agree. Yeah. No,
You would like this map.
Yeah.
Tri-slosher.
Yeah, it's a good time. I mean, I've been going off the tri-slosher recently. I've been evolving a bit more. I've had a bit more free time to commit to learning other weapons, but yeah, it's a fun map for me, and I hope that these teams are going to enjoy it too. I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring out. I hope we see something kind of fun. I do kind of hope we see a dynamo. I like to see them work their magic on the map, but that's not even a personal bias. I got a teammate who plays dynamo. That's a team bias, but. And we are getting into the match here. Both teams are ready. We are going to get into the first match of our set of Celestia versus Casual Krakens. You see a tri-stringer coming out on the side of Celestia, as well as a couple of typical meta weapons. Over on the side of Casual Krakens, a Wiper, Blue Dapples, a 96 Gal Deco, and a Ballpoint. We see a heavy rush to the mid and a pop immediately from the side of Celestia, who are pushing up a lot of pressure into mid.
Contesting someone here on the right side. We see one on each from the side of Casual Krakens on each side as Celestia just goes ahead and makes a push for the checkpoint here, and unfortunately getting stopped. But it does look like the majority of the space there is still there, so they might just be able to get this checkpoint in anyways. Yes. And there it is.
Yeah, Elysium manages to break that checkpoint just barely before getting picked off by the members of Casual Krakens. See here, the team kind of regroups. You have a T-Tech taking the mid. They're just putting on some pressure right now. They have the lead, and they're going to try to keep it here. But 2 goes
honestly,
down.
28 is a really good lead.
Yeah, 28's an amazing lead for less than a minute in. We see a bit of regaining space here on the side of Casual Krakens, though the Team Celestia does not want to lose their ground. They want to keep this lead as hard as they can and keep everything stuck in the middle of the map.
And that Inkjet is just going to go ahead and displace players. That is, even with the recent buff, Inkjet is still very strong special. Whoa! Rainmaker just got exploded there. What happened?
You never know. There's so many specials flying around. There's a lot of strong weapons here, and you see the Dapples. Can they get this little sneaky pop? And they do. They managed to do the exact same thing that the Celestia did to the Casual Krakens, and just sneak in a quick little checkpoint break before dying.
Yeah. Ending one's game now. Now that both checkpoints are cracked open, it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't take much to go from the checkpoint to the final stand here on this map. So I'm expecting it to go either way here. They are actually making a pass with the Rainmaker. Unfortunately getting, I think that was a torpedo that took him out here.
Yeah, another torpedo or might have been a tri-stringer shot. It's kind of hard to tell from the angle, but yeah, the Team Celestia manages to stop the push and keep their lead. They don't want to let them get in because, like, as we've seen before, that push from the checkpoint right to 28 is not much of a distance, and they managed to take it. The Casual Krakens managed to take a quick lead here. There's a bit of chaos in the spawn of Team Celestia as they managed to take the Rainmaker back. They're going to push it back to the middle of the map.
Fight with it.
Ooh, the ballpoint blocks it before getting picked off themselves.
Yeah, no, this is what I was talking about earlier. It's the distance is relatively short enough to where you can quickly take that lead, and that's exactly what we saw with Casual Krakens here. Even if the lead is something that was like 28, it's still anyone's game, I would like to call. But we do see a majority control from Casual Krakens as they're now grabbing back the Rainmaker. Celestia still has a chance to defend here as they are moving back from the right, but like I said, it could be anyone's space here.
The Casual Krakens are desperate to kind of push into here to make sure to keep that lead, get the Rainmaker away from their side of the map. Unfortunately, Celestia does manage to pick off the Rainmaker and keep it in the middle of the map. That's where they want it. They don't have the lead, but the first step to taking that lead is to have a favorable position where they can win fights.
Switch of positions to like how they had it in the beginning of the game, just having that mid control, they might just be able to push back for that lead. It'd be very interesting to see if they do manage to pop back, but whoa, these duelings are just going in for kills.
There's a little wiper fight interrupted, sorry, by a hammer on the side of casual Krakens here. We have a little bit of a fight going on here, and the Rainmaker gets picked off. We're at a minute left in the game. Will Celestia be able to take their lead back, or will it be held by casual Krakens? We'll have to wait and see here as the Team Celestia manages to put on a lot of pressure, and they're starting to get their push started. And hopefully, or potentially, their final push in the game.
Krakens just really can take it. So, whoa, wait, they just got 3 down. Celestia just knocked out 3 of casual Krakens. They might actually be able to push through this lead here as they're just going. They actually do! At a number of 4 with 30 seconds left of the clock. Again, point made. That is, they just managed to push right through. If Celestia just managed just to stall out the rest of the game, they can secure the win for this game here.
It's not over till it's over.
Very true.
Team Celestia manages to take the lead. Oh, wrong button, sorry. Yeah, Team Celestia managed to take the lead, and the casual Krakens now have one final chance to get an overtime push, and they get picked off. An unfortunate death to end off the first game, and Team Celestia takes game 1.
An unfortunate stroke of bad luck there. However, Celestia made an amazing comeback, just having that push. The 3 down they took was crazy. I blinked and 3 were out on Crash and a fist bump. We love to see it.
Yes, we do indeed love to see the fist bumps. I am always mad when my teammates get them and I don't.
You gotta share the love throughout the team. Some fist bumps all around.
Yeah, I'm a frontliner. I'm greedy. Anyway, game 2 of this set is going to be Inkblot Art Academy Clam Blitz. This is the bane of my existence. I love this map dearly. I love every mode except for Clam Blitz. I don't know, I find it's awkwardly shaped. I don't like it. I don't know if that's a rare opinion. I think most people seem to enjoy this map as far as I've seen. But
to an extent, like I find it easy to kind of get caught in the middle. Like it's everything is risky. If you're not in mid, everything is risky. I feel like I'm always on edge on this map.
For sure. It's the idea that the clam basket is so close to mid. Like there's just that short ramp, small little plat area. It can easily snowball, but it's also so easy to defend that small little opening there.
A really good first lead. You can kind of stall everything out, but it just takes one sliver. So this is what I mean by everything is risky. It takes one sliver for that team to just go up the ramp and suddenly you're 40 points down. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I'm honestly wondering if any of these teams are going to vie into taking the alternate side, like the left route with the rail, and seeing if they can get up onto the enemy team bunker and throw clams from behind and blindside them before they can realize what's going on.
Sandwich it as well, like just 2 and 1. Have that there.
We are about to get into this match. 15 seconds or less if the player's ready up. I'm interested to see what kind of picks we see from both sides, any adjustments to their comps. Who knows, maybe Team Celestia is confident in their win and they're going to try to keep that comp and lock it down. Maybe they have map-specific picks. We'll see what adjustments are made as we go into the match.
I think we might see that ballpoint again. I wouldn't be surprised. But we did have 2 backliners at home back, which was very interesting. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again.
For sure. See, a ZF Charger coming out on the side of Celestia. Always nice to see some Charger picks. Even though I don't play backline, I do enjoy me a good old Charger fight. We'll see, because there's no backline on the side of the casual Kraken, so we'll see if picking out a backline versus a more aggressive comp will pay off.
It's interesting to see the ZF here. While it's really good at holding down with those strikes, they only get so much coverage from the middle compared to what like an E-leader would have here. But again, leader's pretty slow here for Clam Blitz, as we actually do see a fight on the right. Wow, this strike toucher actually managed to stop the aggression on them and just take someone out. Very nice, very nice.
For sure, they managed to shark just long enough that no one would know they were there and get a free pick. Fortunately, couldn't get more than that, and now it seems like the casual Krakens are getting pushed down as they are 2 down. Still just continual fighting in mid. The Kraken manages to barely live the strikes thanks to the perfect frame beginning of their special ability.
It would be more like a surprise pop here as they were just trying to avoid death from the strikes there. But it looks like Celestia does have a good control. Well, I don't know anymore. I just saw the purple beam taken up in spawn, but they do manage to stop the aggressors from coming up their flat, which is a really nice stop there.
Yeah, an unfortunate stop if you are a fan of the casual Krakens, wanting them to score to get some kind of lead here. We do have a power clam continue being held on the side of Celestia, and we'll see if they're able to break the barrier, because this map can be very snowbally. Once you get that one break, you may not see another point score in the entire game. You just have to hold on defense, and you're home free.
For sure. We do see casual Krakens manage to get some picks in, and we now see some specials just starting to pop up here. Well, there's actually 2 down on the side of Celestia. We'll actually even plates once more. So again, we're on that neutral field, back on that stallness in mid. And just no teams have managed to put a power clam in despite attempts.
We see some sodas getting thrown out on the side of casual Krakens, maybe hoping to make some kind of a push here with the ability of moving faster and dying not as long. But no, it doesn't seem like they're able to get anything in as they get picked off by 2, but they do fight back with a pick on the ZF Charger in their base. The Tri-Slosher now sharking in the Team Celestia spawn, and they managed to get the pick before the jump!
The Charger coming in for the punish though, just immediately stopping that Tri-Slosher there. Again, we're seeing a lot of even plays or a lot of back and forth of teams trying to push into each other's space, but just getting stopped. So in reality, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a clam coming in until the very end of the set.
Yeah, I think we come down right to the wire as Celestia likes to keep on to their power clams, and casual Krakens doesn't seem to, they want to wait for the right opportunity to even make a ball in the first place. We'll see which strat ends up being superior here as we come into the last minute 50 seconds of the match.
Yeah, seeing what way this thing is going to be very interesting. We do still see power clams from each side, but we actually see a Kraken. They might Kraken cheese us, actually, as the Kraken. Well, they are. They actually are. Casual Krakens managed to get the first score in. It looks like all the turf there is covered by Celestia, so they won't be able to get any further clams in, but they already have the advantage considering how stally the map is before the ball got in.
Now it's all up to Celestia. We'll have to see if they manage to get those power clams they've been juggling into the basket and score at least one more point to confirm a lead. We do have a nice push coming in here from the side of Celestia onto Casual Kraken's basket. Will they be able to keep up this pressure and get in one of the power clams? But they are despawning. They've lost a power clam. They built another one right for the basket. They score it. They need one more clam to take a lead.
Oh, they need
here.
one.
Will they do it? Yes, they will. The Wiper will manage to throw in a clam right as their hammer ends and take a lead with 50 seconds left.
Yeah,
it's now up to Casual Krakens to make a counterplay here.
Yeah, Celestia was able to just turn back around and just use that space to just barely push that lead as they needed, despite the small setback they had of that T-Tech coming into their space. Oh, we see some trades happening here. A little bit of bloodshed happening here on the right.
We see some this way callouts coming on the side of Casual Krakens. They're passing their clams, getting ready for the overtime, imminently coming in 17 seconds. Fortunately, they do go down one player and lose control of the middle of the map, but they do have the power clam, which means they will confirm an overtime, or they can just score right now off of a Kraken cheese. They managed to open the basket, and that is a lead for the side of Casual Krakens. Will they be able to score one more clam and keep it open in overtime? Yes, they will, and that is the game for Casual Krakens.
They really put the Krakens from their name into play here with some Krakens. It managed to, usually Kraken cheese can be a pretty risky play as you're not able to further push if you really just cheese it. But in this case, it worked perfectly fine as the two teams were already stalling a lot in mid and it was hard to get to each other's basket to begin with. So they just utilized their materials and put that Kraken to work. Very nice job.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the 2 times they managed to open the basket were both jumps to the Kraken, with the Wiper specifically jumping in. managed to get both of those. Very well played. And again, it's interesting to see the two different ways you can kind of play that map, because the casual Krakens opted to, like, whenever they made a ball, they would go to score it. Whereas the Team Celestia, they would kind of juggle a clam, hold it on. They had that backline player, so they're able to have someone back and ready to move that ball at a moment's notice. And it seems that the Kraken cheese came out on top this time. But our next and final match of this set is going to be Mako Mart Splat Zones. How do you feel about that, Fufu?
Some Mako Mart Splat Zones. I am considering they've been playing with a backline player on casual Krakens, I believe it was, that had the charger. Was it casual Krakens? Was it casual Krakens?
No, it was
one
Celestia
of the teams had a charger.
Celestia had a charger.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
now I'm second guessing myself too.
Oh no. Well, one of the teams had a ZF here, and I believe they might just be bringing it out again. As you know, you can just wall out that plant with the wall. I like ZF, like, again, as I've been saying throughout the sets. I'm a backline. I love myself some ZF on Mako Mart. You can do a lot with those strikes. You can do a lot with those walls, but defense on this map is frustrating. The team, if you can push a team back into their base, there's a good chance you're going to score a lot of points.
Oh,
it is very dangerous to be stuck in defensive position here.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of weapons that are really strong at holding that right side of the map, or right side if you're defending, and just getting under that drop and picking you off. Any buckets, most of the shooters, and just giving the backliners that position where they can stand in the middle of the map or either of the stacks. It's such a hard way to break back in. But if you do manage to break back in, then you're the one on the offensive, and now you've turned the tide. So we'll have to see how it turns out for these two teams as we get into the match. Game 3, Celestia versus Casual Krakens. The score is 1-1. It's anyone's game.
We love it. We love to see it. It's very even here, so I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
We see the Tri-Stringer coming back instead of the ZF Charger on the side of Celestia, and we see a big swig, a sploosh, 52-gallon in ballpoint. A lot of switches up on the side of Casual Krakens. Let's see if these changes make any differences to their playstyle.
Kraken's really quick to take up their left stack, but unfortunately get two picked off from their team, and Celestia's able to just push forward and now just have that entire control of their middle. I'm excited to see if they're going to push back Casual Krakens back into their base and just hold that space.
Yep, we see here some fights happening in the middle of the map as the Casual Krakens manage to almost take the zone back, but unfortunately Celestia manages to keep the map. There's a fight over here on the right side of the map where it seems a stalemate, but that's a stalemate in the favor of Celestia as they still have the map and they're counting down. There's only 40 points left to go until they take a very quick potential victory here.
Celestia had a really good opening, the fact that they were able to get two picks down in the front. We do see some a little bit of pushing here from Casual Kraken trying to push back in, seeing this jet come out. But we also do see a cooler ready for Celestia, so they might actually just use that here to make their way back and reclaim their zone, as it's now being contested.
Yeah, we see Casual Krakens here setting up in that hard to reach spot on the side of the map. Unfortunately, picking out a lot of spawns and jumps. Three picks on the right side for Stormy. Unfortunately, being taken down by a Wiper and Torpedo combo. Team Celestia does manage to take the zone and hold it, start working on that penalty, and keep their lead.
That Gal just went ahead and just caused some mayhem. That 3 was very impressive, very nice.
Oh, an unfortunate...
Wow, the Tri-Stringer defense.
Yeah, an unfortunate death of the Wiper there as the Tri-Stringer wins that close range fight. Will they be able to pick off a few more and keep a hold of this zone to confirm their lead? Or will they get a good push here on the side of Celestia, or Casual Kraken?
Ballpoint just aggression here, getting punished by the two players on Celestia. They're just... Whoa, wait, a wipeout! They just knocked out Casual Krakens here. Again, their timer is counting down already. If they could just hold Casual Krakens, stay alive, and try to play safe here, they might just be able to just fully knock this out here, as the only special on the field right now is this hammer. All they have to do is hold, and there's nothing really to turn the tides on either side. Oh, wait, the one? The one? They might be...
No, it was just a 52... No, it's a wipeout.
The wipeout! Celestial just holding that. face at the end. Just a double wipeout towards the end of this game. Amazing.
Yeah, an unfortunate ending there for the casual Krakens, as they almost managed to get the 1 point dream and give them give Celestia a penalty to get them back in the game. But unfortunately, that match is going to go to the side of Celestia as they take this set 2-1 over casual Krakens.
Well done. Both teams played amazing. It's like they had like different comps, like a little bit different strats. It was nice to see both sides of that coin. And it's just Celestia just managed to hop on top with that. Did amazing. Also, I love seeing some backliner plays in the ballpoint, the tri-string, and the ZF. Just love to see it.
For sure, for sure. And so yeah, congrats to both teams. Good job, Celestia, on managing to get that win. Casual Kraken's not over yet. There's still plenty of matches to play tonight. And on that note, we are going to take a small intermission as we get ready for our next match. So don't go anywhere. We got plenty of more Splatoon coming to you tonight. We'll see you all in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of Coral Clash Low Tide. We are here now with a set between Joesephalopod, Joestarfish, and Project Blank. I'm not too familiar with Project Blank, but I am familiar with Joesephalopod, Joestarfish. Played against them many times on different across different rosters and pickups I played on. They're a pretty strong team. Do you have any insight on these two teams, Fufu?
Only know JoJo's over here. I remember playing back against some back during the LUTI, when LUTI was happening. Not same division, but did see him around.
Oh, and the game is already starting, it looks, so we can even talk about the maps and modes. We got Sturgeon on tower control right now. Yeah, Sturgeon tower control starting off. And we see both sides coming in here. Very aggressive comp on the side of... Oh, the teams are backwards. Oh, no. Yeah, so the comp on Project Blank is very aggressive. Like to see that. And there's also a very aggressive comp on the side of Joesephalopod Joestarfish as well. But you have the E-leader, so we'll see if that slows them down anymore, or if they run with it.
A leader can only slow them down so much. While the weapon itself is slow, it provided the space, a leader should be able to move it just fine. So they both have the opportunity to be very aggressive with it. But as we're kind of stuck here in the middle with the leader just holding that space, even with one of the teammates from JoJo going, actually that was the second one getting picked off. They're actually going to be able to move this here from the side of Project Blank.
Yes, they're able to get to this first checkpoint, very critical checkpoint on this map. And they're able to push everyone out on this side of Project Blank. Or sorry, Joestarfish. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up because the colors are backwards. They are able to get that checkpoint, and they are getting pushed out a bit now. Joesephalopod, Joestarfish, it's a long mouthful to say, are managing to get back in and push back into the middle of the map.
The tribe here being popped in, trying to make some space, but even with the pick they got, they're able to, well, we see back and forth of kills and deaths here. That crab getting picked up, them getting picked up, the Pride Dusters killing them, all this, all that good stuff. But we do see a return back to mid with JoJo's here, being able to take more space. Very interesting here, as they are pushing to that first checkpoint.
Yep, sorry, I was just updating some colors in the background. A little insight into the commentary background here. We have Joesephalopod Joestarfish is able to get to... Oh, sorry, Project Blank... I'm getting mixed up. Joesephalopod Joestarfish able to get to this first checkpoint. Will they be able to take it? We'll just have to wait and see. No, yet they're not able to take the checkpoint. We're getting pushed back by Project Blank into the middle of the map. Was able to get a couple of picks, but now it seems like a clean slate. Both teams pushing them in with a full roster of 4.
The roster has been actually uneven here, as we do see one go down from the side of the JoJo's. As you can see the ballpoint here going in, putting a little paint on the sides, trying to get things moving forward, as they now are starting to push back near that first checkpoint with that bubble there. It looks like a lot of the right side is being left to just a tower holder here, as they were trying to focus left. So they were easily able to just come back and just take the tower back and just move it back towards the mid into hopefully more of a neutral spot in terms of trying to get back. We do see also some strikes coming here, putting some extra pressure on the tower, as JoJo is just left to defend here, the other team moving in onto this space.
Yeah, it's a very critical position here on the side of Joesephalopod Joestarfish. You do not want to lose that second checkpoint. They need to get pushed up and take this first checkpoint so they can try to even out this game and not lose this first round of the set. We do see some push up on the side of JoJo here. They're trying to get into this first checkpoint, have a second crack at it. Not if that tri-slosher has something to say about it. Managed to pick off one by the tower and give some room for the team to push back in, as Project Blank manages to hold the first checkpoint yet again.
And we do see a little bit of leader pressure here, not looking over mid. And of course, a lot of the Tri-Stars is going to try to be a little bit of a ledge demon here, as they were going to try to put some pressure there. But now they're returning back to the checkpoint and hopefully taking that checkpoint here as they pop the bubble. And numbers are even. Actually, no, I lied. There's actually 2 down on the JoJo side. But again, that leader is just trying to hold that defense, trying to keep that tower out of here, and they do manage to make it to 16 points, even with being pushed out of the base of Joesephalopod's Joestarfish.
Yes, they managed to push. Jojo manages to push out and reclaim mid, but when there's both checkpoints down, they need to push past 16 to take a lead. With 50 seconds left, it's not looking very good for the side of Jojo here. They do manage to get back to mid as they seem to prepare for what may have to be an overtime push. They do have a flank here from the side and some strikes getting some positioning, but no, the Tri-Slugger comes in and gives himself a soda and grip joint themselves on getting a pick.
Tri-Slugger's been running around, just getting picks over here left and right. Very interesting to see how they do. Whoa, speaking of picks, they did take 2 down, even if they did get picked off themselves. And again, Liberty leader trying to hold the space, picking people off, but they are very crowded on the right, which does make room for some punish. But what? There's a Tri-Slugger. There's 3 down. Oh,
it's a 1v1. Well, let's see who wins this fight. There's 3 seconds left. Who's gonna hold the tower? Oh, and it goes to the side of Project Blank as they manage to prevent the overtime from happening and take the first game of the set.
Which is able to just move past them. As they were approaching, I believe it was the second checkpoint, they already had a really good lead. All they had to do was hold it, and hold it they did. They were able to just, oh, there's a fist bump. We see another one. Very nice job. Amazing play from Project Blank.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a lot of those friendly gestures between teammates tonight. A lot of fist bumps, which is good to see. It means that people are performing well. So we are going into our next match shortly, which will be Manta Maria on Rainmaker. Every time I pronounce that, I feel like I'm doing it wrong because all 3 of my teammates have a vague Spanish background, and I don't, and I'm Canadian. So
Manta Maria.
Yeah, they say it like that. Yeah, every time I say it, I sound so wrong, and I feel bad. They never commented on it, but I feel like they're judging me every time.
No, it's okay. I've eventually reverted to saying Manta Maria because if I say Manta Maria every time, my team is pretty much filled with Latinos. Minus 1. That's okay. We still love them. They're honorary, but Manta Maria is just kind of how we say it anyways.
My team is literally called Los Inklings. We are I don't fit in. Anyway, enough about us. Yeah, so Rainmaker Manta Maria, is there any interesting picks here you'd like to see? Do you want to see that E-leader take? I mean, it's Saphira. It's gonna be the E-leader. We know it. But do you think Jojo might have a better edge here, or do you think the more aggressive comp on Project Blank is gonna take it once again?
The leader is going to be at a very much disadvantage on this map. There really isn't a good place to situate yourself unless you're in a more neutral or slightly advantageous state. So if they bring it out, I'm very interested to see how they're going to use that, especially in a map like this.
Yeah, we are now coming into game 2, Jojo versus Project Blank. We see a much more aggressive comp coming out on the side of Jojo. They opted not to go for the E-leader. It'd be an interesting fight. They do have the same comp on the side of Project Blank, and we're going to see how these 2 teams open. Very direct approach inside of Project Blank as they pop the Rainmaker and get a pick. While doing so, the Wiper goes down on the side of Jojo. Where Jojo does have a crab. They use it on the side of the map to get picks, and unfortunately does not work out in their favor.
Yeah, the numbers may be even, but Project Blank did have that nice turf advantage, and especially just having that with the pop, they should be able to get first checkpoint here. Actually not, getting stopped by right there at the base of the checkpoint, unfortunately, especially with that hammer coming through and just attempting to retake control of their space there. Are they sneaking by? No, they snuck by!
Yeah, the carbon roller on the side of Project Blank manages to just sneak in and grab that Rainmaker, confirming a checkpoint and giving a very good advantage state to the side of Project Blank. There's still 4 minutes left in the game though, so it's anyone's match. Jojo can make an easy comeback as they manage. Oh no! Project Blank manages to get a wipeout with a couple of perfectly placed shots from the Tri-Slosher, and that is a quick game in favor of Project Blank as they make this series.
That Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, and with that, that's a 2-0 scoreline. It's not over yet because it's a play all 3, but this will be a win in the side of Project Blank.
That Tri-Slosher just taking like 3, I think it was 3 down by the end of that set was huge for their team. Tri-Sloshers are a monster on Manta Maria. It's just taking those ledge forcing them out. And they just did an amazing job of exploiting that, and then the rest of the team just picking up and moving forward with it. I love to see it.
For sure. We are going into our final match here of the set, which, the title has disappeared.
The title?
The title has disappeared. Barnacle and Dime is the map. Unfortunately, it does not show up on the stream. Little bit something we'll have to fix later for the audience. But yeah, Barnacle and Dime, as far as I can see from the tiny little picture on my screen, and it'll be Clam Blitz. This is an interesting one. There's a lot of things you can do here as we go into this match. There's a lot of room to maneuver around the pit where the clam basket is located. There's, you know, if you want to use a bubble there, you can use a reef slider and clear the whole area, ink strikes, booyah bomb, you name it. There's a lot of ways to clear out a lot of good space in this map. It's very narrow.
And we do see that leader again. I'm very happy to see it. With a map with just so much space in the middle like this, leader is a good choice for the most part if you can make that first push. Losing that first push forces you in a much worse position, as what I kind of found out from playing this map. But both teams are going at it, but Project Blank unfortunately goes 2 down, with JoJo's having the advantage and hopefully being able to move it and take the space to hopefully begin their clam economy and hopefully pushing into a push.
Yeah, JoJo's trying to take mid-control here. Unfortunately, they do get held out, and they get some unfavorable trades here as they are down 2 members, getting pushed on by Project Blank, though they do manage to actually take back mid with the use of a hammer. Will they be able to get a good position here and push in with the power clam they're holding? We'll have to wait and see here as Project Blank tries their best to hold them out.
We do see them making a good chunk of space here, slowly inching and actually taking 3 down! Taking 3 down on Project Blink and actually being able to score this clam in, along with the crowd putting just extra pressure into their base. They might be able to just hold this longer here if they just hold this here.
Yeah, for sure. Already 44 points into the basket, which is a great lead. That's how you exactly want to play the game. Zigzam putting in a bit more clams to keep this push going, getting down to 23. Nothing to scoff at there. It's going to be pretty hard for Project Blank to break back in if they want to confirm a 3-0 in this set.
It's a very nice advantage to see here. If they have the leader, they get to hold down that space a lot more comfortably, especially again just how long this map is. It's just a matter of how aggressive Project Blank wants to be with it, and if they're able to confirm that space a little more forward.
Wiper coming back in here, painting up, looking like they want to start getting ready for a hammer to keep some of that mid-control, getting pushed on the right side of the map as they pop out a bubble and get picked. Junior, unfortunately, didn't get the bubble off in time. Joesephalopod Joestarfish here, getting some good positioning, but unfortunately they get picked off by the carbon roller sharking. They get 1, will they get more? Does not seem like it, no, they get traded out. You see, just picks back and forth on both sides of the map here. No major advantage, but we do see Project Blank pushing in more to the side of JoJo, setting up and getting ready for a push. They do have a power clan. They have 2 power clans ready for a push. Jumping in with the Pity clan.
Able to build up a special here, like let's say if Storm comes out soon or something along those lines. Actually, we actually see 2 down on Project Blank. This actually might be the end of their push unless they're able to just get out of there.
No, Project Blank does manage to actually get 2 picks on JoJo and keep this push alive. They have not broken the barrier yet. They did lose most of their power clams, but they do manage to break the barrier and potentially start getting some points on the board. Not a huge push, unfortunately getting pushed out. Apple Spark unable to get any more clams in. That will be the end of that push. They did, at least they got points on the board now. They're showing that they're not just out of this game yet. It's still anyone's match with 1 minute and 35 left.
It isn't going down without a fight at all. JoJo did a really good job defending their base and just forcing Project Blank out of there. Honestly, it looks like we're back in a neutral state. We do see a bubble a little more closer to the stack on Project Blank's side, but it looks like we're kind of just stuck in the middle here as we wait for teams to either build specials or get a pick. Actually, there's our cooler and a storm as the Project Blank might be able to use this to push into JoJo's side.
Yeah, Project Blank able to get a nice push into the side. There is a crab tank behind them though. Will they manage to take them out? They do manage to break the barrier without it, and also they are able to get the crab down. With this basket open, this may be their last good chance to try to take a lead here and confirm the win. They are about 32 points away from winning, which is still 11 clams. It's still a bit of a tall task when you have a team as strong as JoJo defending the basket. Able to let the
nice shot we
close.
just saw too.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left in the match, Project Blank needs to get a power clam if they want to keep overtime, which they managed to do, thankfully. And now it's all up to them to get that one last good push if they really want to get trios.
I think one of their best bets here is really taking that leader out from where they're out, but really they're just being surrounded by their teammates as JoJo is trying to build a wall. For some reason, moving back a bit here. Project Blank might be able to actually take advantage of this and maybe push a little further in if allowed, as we do see the storm come out. They might be able to here.
Hammer rushing through mid of the side of JoJo is taken down. They have 2 power clams on the side of Project Blank and they're pushing in, but the pick from the E-leader, they get 2. Will they get one more? They got another, and they managed to pass the pity clams over and then throw it in. They're so close to a lead, and they get the wipeout, and that is seemingly game. I don't think there's any way to get back to the basket in time, and that is a win from the side of Joesephalopod Joestarfish. They didn't win the set.
They did not go down without a fight.
But they at least didn't get swept. They brought it back. They're going to bring that momentum going into the next round of the group stage. But GG's to Joesephalopod Joestarfish. That is such a mouthful. I don't know why I don't say JoJo. They held their own. It was a close set. I mean, game 2 was pretty convincing the side of Project Blank, but overall is good playing by both sides. They both show they're strong contenders, and we'll have to see how they do in the rest of the tournament. As we go now into a little intermission between our sets before we come back with the next match of the group stage. I believe we're still in the group stage. I might need some confirmation on that. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth and final round of the group stage for Coral Clash Low Tide number 1. I am Hammy here with Fufu, and we are about to bring you a match between Wi-Fi Problems and Squid Sushi.
Very see with these two once again. It's Brian Water. I'm hoping for a leader all over again. I'm a little bit of a hopium, I would like to say.
Yeah, so we are starting here on Brinewater Springs, as Fufu just mentioned, on Splat Zones. This one can go easy, kind of rocky, you know? It's a very snowbally map, and it's easy just to kind of sit there on the opposing team's ramp and just sit on their spawn and not let them do anything. Nowhere to drop, nowhere to run. Just have to fight it out.
Brian Water, very interesting thing. Once you're in, it's good luck. It's like Macomart, except Macomart is a more even map.
I thought you were gonna say it's like Macomart, except not Macomart. Like, yeah, you're right. That's every map. It's not Macomart. Yeah,
not Macomart.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that's true. That yeah, it's a zone just surrounded by a lot of high ledges, very good spots to position, nice spots to arc shots. But on the other side of the coin, if you have a machine or a bucket or some kind of weapon that's good at angling shots, you can get a lot of nice picks from that low ground. So it's not always safe playing. It's a little risk, a little bit reward. So we'll have to see what these teams bring out for us. Got about 15 seconds left until the auto start happens, unless the team's ready up before that. So we're going into the match. What weapon do you want to see, Fufu? Just any weapon in the game right now. What do you want to see get thrown out?
Yes, take a fat guess on what that.
Leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Yeah. Let's see if your dreams come true as we go into game 1 of Wi-Fi Problems versus Squid Sushi. Let's see what picks we have in store. We have a machine. There's the machine I was talking about on the side of Wi-Fi Problems. Squid Sushi over here with an E-leader. Fufu's all over the world. Rejoice as we get into this match. A very aggressive starting from this Tetra as they roll onto the zone, but we're getting pushed back by the side of Squid Sushi as they want to take the zone for themselves. Bit of a fight here on the side of the map, a white versus a machine as the machine wins, and the zone is taken by Wi-Fi Problems.
A little bit of that low play here as they actually got a really good trade there, but we did see that low play that you were talking about where something like the machine can go ahead and take a lower angle and just put some pressure on the higher ledges. We do see the swiper actually kind of going crazy with it. They did get a pick just not too long ago, but Squid Sushi is able to hold a nice Squid Sushi is holding a nice hold on the zone as of now.
Yeah, they managed to get the lead on the zone here as a Reef Slider goes into the side of Wi-Fi Problems to keep them locked in their base. They have the Charger on the zone holding it. They start getting picks one by one. Wi-Fi Problems not looking too strong here. As never mind, they throw a Booyah Bomb and take the zone. And I've eaten my words. We have two Tetras fighting here on the side of the map as they are stuck in a stalemate as they keep rolling around. And the support from the NSAP manages to win that fight as they pick off a Wiper as well. Or a machine, sorry. Looking at the wrong team.
Here's Splatoon. We do not pick fair fights. We are all for unfair fights. No sport. Not sportsmanship. Third partying is completely fine.
No sportsmanship allowed. Everyone's squid bag now.
Don't tell them that. No. We do see Wi-Fi Problems coming in, getting a good pick as they're able to take the zone and using this crab to push out the leader. Unfortunately, I think this crab is going to be a little more of a pickle as it's only these two left on Wi-Fi Problems, but they are able to hold the ground a bit as they take someone down from Squid Sushi here.
Yeah, we have Squid Sushi pushing up, trying to get out of the penalty to continue their lead, though they do lose the zone. There's a bit of another Tetra fight here on the side of the map. We just keep watching these. It's always entertaining to watch them roll back and forth forever. We have the zone currently capped by Squid. Wi-Fi, they're fighting for it now. I can't even say which one owns it. It's still a stalemate here as two are down on the side of Wi-Fi Problems, looking to break back in, and unfortunately they are now able to get there in time as Wi-Fi Problems, Squid Sushi continues to hold this zone. whittle down that penalty and start pushing down a further lead.
And that leader just went in there, got those stretches right out of there. We did see the leader. Oh, nice pick from the Wiper, but we did see that leader down in middle. Holding that leader in the box was really good for Squid Sushi, as they were able to just hold that aggression earlier. Squid Sushi was able to hold that aggression earlier, and they're still in control of zone, as this Viper is getting a really nice pick on the right. As long as they can hold this. So what was that a collab? Or am I tripping out? No, it wasn't. Okay, they just had two down. They're doing great.
The typical E-leader player, always looking for those big E-leader plays. Unfortunately, the side of Wi-Fi problems does take the zone before Squid Sushi can confirm a KO here. They managed to just give them a penalty before they push right back in and potentially take the zone here, as this Tetris pushes in and reefs to confirm the zone cap.
We love some Tetra goofing around here. We love that the stakes are not even again, but even once more. But again, they have that leader being able to hold down, and I believe that's going to prevent Wi-Fi problems from making any big moves. I am a liar, as the machine went right for it right here, but we are going to see a little bit more support from this Wiper on the right, getting one pick here. And are they going to go for another, or are they going to get pushed out? Nah, they're getting pushed out. Oh, wait.
Oh, they get picked off by the ballpoint, who plays very aggressive, as that weapon can play every role in the game, as we all know.
It's all in one deal.
The Wi-Fi problems roster here, finally pushing down. They got through their penalty. They're trying to get to at least 4 points to take a lead. One member gets picked off by a member of Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi problems is now pushing in. They're trying to take an aggressive stance in order to take this game. You see,
if they're able to just hold this here, they should theoretically be able to hold this thing. Well, wait, actually, pause. As we're even now, and they managed to outdo this ballpoint here and retake the zone, securing a penalty for Wi-Fi problems here. Very nice job.
The Squid Sushi roster here, they're just gotta hold the zone for 7 more seconds, unless the side of Squid Sushi, Wi-Fi problem, sorry, is able to take the zone back with 1 second left. They are not able to. Squid Sushi able to hold the neutral zone long enough for the time to end. No overtime for Wi-Fi problems as this game goes to the side of Squid Sushi.
Both teams went in with it, gave it their all. Squid Sushi did manage to hold that zone a good chunk longer. At 4 points, pretty close. I will say Wi-Fi problems did take advantage of the penalty they gave them as much as they could, and did a pretty good job holding it for while they did. Again, leader hold on Bright Water is crazy if you can utilize it. I'm the propaganda account. Not really, I don't have an account for the leader, but I am a local leader propaganda.
Oops, why is the score not updating?
Oh no!
No, tech problems! Tech problems! The score is currently 1-0 for the side of Squid Sushi. Unfortunately, the graphic did not pop up for some reason. Who knows why? But we're going to our next match, which is Mako Mart Tower Control. This is a very interesting map, as you know. That first checkpoint, actually most of the checkpoints are very contestable, as there's a lot of like high up ground nearby them, very easy spots to get some good picks from.
Even then, Mako, I always find Mako defense to be relatively rough, to say the least. Once you're in there, it's pretty hard to get out. You really have to stay together, get your specials, get them out of there, because every second counts at that point.
For sure. We are almost ready to go into this next match. Most of the players are readying up. I'm just curious to see what they bring in here. I think that machine was a nice pick on the side of Wi-Fi problems, and it'll be interesting to see if they bring it back, try to use some of the angles of this map to utilize it well.
Well, I honestly think they should. I mean, it would be pretty good. Like I said, those ledges are going to be really nice to just have that control over. And I'm more than sure that we're going to see that slasher again.
Yes, indeed. I hope so, at least. Again, I'm a big fan of the sloshers. I'm a simple guy. I see a bucket and I get happy. So we'll see what they bring in with 3 seconds left until the match is about to begin. We're going to go into this next match. Oh, okay. If that's 0, the game was not starting. Classic Nintendo. Alright, we're going into the next match. Game 2 of Wi-Fi Problems versus Squid Sushi. We're going to see who's brought out what here. The Wi-Fi Problems roster bringing out a heavy, a vanilla heavy. Interesting pick, one that I am quite a fan of. And the Tetras have been swapped out for normal Splat Dualies on the side of Squid Sushi. Let's see how these teams open here.
We do see that machine again as the teams are just going back into their neutral here in mid. Oh wait, we actually do see one go down on the side of Squid Sushi, and never mind, they're even now, as it's just gonna be a fight here to see who's going to grab the tower, who's gonna have that control enough to start that push again.
And you see a fight here on the left side of the map as the NZAT manages to take a pick, and there's, oh, it seems like there's a lot of game lag going on here. Like I said, classic Nintendo. Yeah, we see one player drop, unfortunately. Other players unable to move around due to the lag. I think we're going to have a game reset here, if I know the lag rules correctly, as the players are just kind of hanging out, doing some Splatoon stuff.
We should be able to just end the battle.
Yeah, seeing if someone hits the end battle hotkey, if they know the secret Splatoon code. I think, yep, there it is.
There it is.
Alright, I am going to do something. Nobody panic. I'm going to do something that may make things look a little wonky. I'm going to reset the stream layout because obviously the icons are not working. I think I know why, because earlier when that text broke, I think it had an error pop up, and that error pop up is not on my monitor, so I cannot confirm it.
We're gonna go do some digging
so hopefully nothing explodes as I press some buttons here. There we go. We're getting there. And there. Yes, beautiful. Man,
You got it?
That's like, God, it's like, you know when you get like a new TV and you start peeling off the screen film? That's how I feel, just like updating the tech stuff and watching everything work cleanly and not give me a million more errors. Ooh.
It's so satisfying. It's the satisfaction of it.
Yeah. Oh, this is why we should be commentators. We didn't even make this connection. There was Wi-Fi problems on Team Wi-Fi problems, and we didn't pick that up. No.
I was gonna say it, but like you're fixing the thing, and I'm like, I forgot. I literally forgot. Like the second it fixed.
You can shout over me for comedy. I'm just over here trying to fix stuff. You can. There's always time for a good laugh, especially when we're dying over here. Once again, for anyone who's joining us, bringing you Coral Clash, rain or shine, as we have had literal and metaphorical thunderstorms all throughout our staff team. So we're running a bit short tonight, a lot of backup people who weren't supposed to work, and we're making it happen because we want to see some good Splatoon, and we want to bring this event to you. So please bear with us, and we thank you for your patience and any delays. And speaking of delays, I'm going to stop delaying as we go into our next match, a replay of this match that was abruptly ended by a Wi-Fi disconnect from the Team Wi-Fi problems. We are on Mako Mart Tower Control once again. We see an opening here. Every team, we see Wi-Fi problems pushing in straight through them. And another unfortunate disconnect on the team of Wi-Fi problems. Really sticking to their truth, sticking to the name of their team. They are on brand. I respect it in a weird way, but we're going with it. I'm not 100% sure on the disconnect rules, but I believe you only get one replay per team. So this match is going to be played as far as I'm aware. So the second time we've seen a 3v4 match today, will this be different? Will the team of Wi-Fi problems pull through and manage to win the 3v4? We'll have to wait and see as this team, Squid Sushi, does indeed push through the first checkpoint, and they're pushing through the second, getting a strong lead. Every time I spectate someone, they're getting picked left and right. I don't know where to go. This is utter chaos.
A bloodshed moment here. Honestly, though, like, Squid Sushi did manage to get that 26 push, but why am I probably are we? Oh, is it? No, okay, that's just free moment. We're all good, but honestly, it looks like Wi-Fi problem still isn't even gonna go down without a fight. You know, they got a little problems going on here, but you know, they're still gonna put that effort and still try to make this set work.
Yeah, the dualies here pushing the tower. Not much content from the side of Wi-Fi problems as they do finally come back to the tower as they break the last checkpoint. Seemingly a nail in the coffin as Squid Sushi is ready to push and just end this game as they get the KO. Squid Sushi now up 2-0 over Wi-Fi problems. That is the win for them. There's still a third match. It is a play all three. But especially if they can't get their other player back, it may be pretty rough in the last match for Wi-Fi problems.
For sure. An unfortunate 3v4 situation. This is not a good time to be on brand. Hopefully, you know, we can get a we can get a solution here and hopefully not have to have another 3v4 situation.
I may suggest a team rebranding to Team Google Fiber. That's just my suggestion. May need to get a little bit of rework done if they want to continue on. But yeah, we're gonna see here if the fourth member of Wi-Fi Problems does join back. Not 100% sure what's gonna go on there, but ideally we will see the fourth member attempt to make a return for this last match.
You gotta be careful what you name your team now. Because commentators will grab your team name and they will use it. You're doing great, Wi-Fi Problems, despite the Wi-Fi problems.
Yeah, so, and with that, we will hopefully we will see the third and final match of this set, which is Undertow Spillway Rainmaker, the only mode you ever see for Undertow Spillway in competitive. If other Undertow maps show up, what are you doing? I kind of enjoy this one in a weird, like, masochistic way. It's painful to play, but I don't know. There's something. There's like a charm to this map mode. It's very.
Bucket main.
It's very. All right, yeah, you got me. Yes. Oh, actually, we see the 3v4. Oh no, maybe I don't know. They baited us. They got ready for the 3v4 and they backed out. They may be getting their fourth member back. It's very.
Not the bait.
This entire set's been so back and forth between Wi-Fi disconnects, the constant picks from both sides of the map, now getting bait. I'm getting baited in the private battle. They like to keep us on our toes. They're really making us work here.
They're trying to get it. They're trying to get at us for whoa. Never mind, we're all good. I saw like the capture just go haywire for a split second. I freaked out. Don't have Wi-Fi problems, please. Cammy.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi problems are getting subjected onto me. They're spreading.
We're gonna get clowned. This team is gonna clown us later. Oh no. You know, it's gotta wait for the fourth. Hopefully, again, it's not another 3v4 situation, and we're all good. I would like to see an even standing for both teams. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out.
I'm on the total other side. I want to see the 3v4, but only if Wi-Fi problems win. I want to see like the 3v4 win. I want to see them go crazy on like the vanilla Hydra and just like shred through. Like, it's low level. You never know what you're gonna see, and that's the kind of stuff that I'm here for. So
like I mentioned at the beginning of the. Ooh, sorry.
Oh. No, go ahead.
The thing is, it's not the first time we've seen a 3v4 stream. I believe, it was somewhere within the brackets of LUTI where it happened, where a team, I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream, but if anyone else is tuning in, well, you get to hear it again. There was a team that actually went 3v4 and won with members of 3, and I was like, there's no way this is happening. And then they came back, their fourth came back, and they won the set. It was crazy.
Yeah, you just gotta buy your time until your fourth comes. I think my team almost tried that one time. We had our fourth just had to work late, and we were like, did we try the 3v4? Did we try to make this? I mean, we didn't do it. We were like, nah, it's a lot of effort. We're a bunch of boomers. We don't care enough. We'll drop.
I just,
Yeah. So, it seems we finally got back the 4th member of Wi-Fi Problems into the lobby. We should be starting soon. Ideally, the 3rd time's a charm, and we do not have another disconnection, because that could just be the nail in the coffin for Wi-Fi Problems in this last set of the group stage. Undertow, Rainmaker, what's the crazy pick here? What's something realistic but
That's not see the bucket again. Hand me your favorite.
I know we're gonna no, but I'm saying like where's the unorthodox picks? I want to see something goofy here. I want to see the connection to the host has been lost.
Not again.
Oh Lord.
Oh.
Please don't. Okay, everyone watching, please name your team's fun things like Google Fiber and Ethernet connection, and bring good fortune and good luck to those you play against. The Wi-Fi Problems are unfortunately having plenty of Wi-Fi problems. We'll have to stay. Oh, and the Splatfest is beginning, so now we're stuck in the animation for the Splatfest.
Wait, what do you mean Splatfest is starting it? Oh, it's Thursday. It's Thursday.
Yeah, like the update. Sorry, the update. Like the whole announcement thing. Yeah, we're gonna get word here if the set is being finished or not. Sorry for the delay. I'm sure everyone is accustomed here to delays in tournaments. No tournament ever goes smoothly, and if they do, you're lying.
It's not a tournament unless something happens. It's like the fates are like, no, we gotta keep this a little interesting. We gotta add a little spice.
It seems the room is up. They are still attempting to get this last match of the set. We are deep in this. At this point, like, if I feel like a little while ago I probably would have said, you know what, like this should be the end. Like we'll just leave it at the 2-0. No, this is dedication. This is like they aren't giving up. They want to finish this set, whether it takes a year or 5 seconds. It's gonna happen. They are up to the cause. I can respect it. But I would not have this patience. I would have dropped like 5 minutes ago if I was having internet connection issues.
To be fair though, wanting to fight for the last set is fair enough. You'd be surprised how much one game can sometimes push you to a higher bracket. It can happen. So I'm not surprised for them wanting to fight for that last game. And I'm excited. No disconnects. That's all we can ask for. No more Wi-Fi problems. We'll be okay. And let's see how the set goes down. I think most of the players are actually getting ready here. We might be seeing a quicker start here.
They're speed running, getting ready so they can start the game before the Wi-Fi connection happens. Everyone in the chat, cross your fingers, say a prayer. Let's hope that we can get a good, clean match to finish off the group stage here before we move on to the brackets, as the game is going to begin for Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Wi-Fi Problems versus Squid Sushi. Let's see what picks we have here. We have, a Splat Charger. Vanilla, straight up, coming out on the side of Squid Sushi. Seeing very similar comps all around.
My ears like perked up like a dog. I don't know. I heard Splat Charger and I was like, hey, yo, okay. Interesting pick, as they're probably going to be utilizing that back on those checkpoints here if they're able to push towards that. Oh, there's our cooler. They might be using this to actually be able to just hopefully make the effort to move forward and push Squid Sushi back here. But again, we're stuck at even standing.
Yeah, both sides utilizing the sodas and how strong they've become in this current meta. We see a hammer coming out on the side of Squid Sushi, getting picked off, unfortunately. Players going down left and right on both sides of the map. Which team will reign supreme and grab this Rainmaker and push towards that first vital checkpoint? It's anyone's game right now.
Sitting there pretty.
Yeah, we have the ballpoint in position to get a lot of picks out here on this left side of their map. Very large stalemate here. Both teams a bit kind of hesitant to really push up because so far everyone that's made a big stand has gotten picked off immediately.
We do see more specials from Wi-Fi problems here, as they might be able to use it to push it. Oh wait, they have the Rainmaker. They actually have the Rainmaker here, but unfortunately can't go very far as Squid Sushi just puts a stop to it here. I feel like whichever team is going to be able to make that big push first is just going to already be at such a big advantage, considering how big of a stalemate we were for like the first minute and a half of this game. I want to see where it goes.
Sure, we have the Rainmaker still about to reset right there. As he goes back to the middle of the map, we'll see who pops here. So far, it's looking like it's going to be on the side of Squid Sushi. They throw a hammer off to the side to push that ballpoint out of position. It seems like that Wiper really wants to make a stand here, try to get some room for their team, but unfortunately they are not able to. Though it does help the team push up as they get that left side push started.
Left checkpoint, but unfortunately got stopped pretty quickly here by Wi-Fi problem. They do have the lead, however, so they have that going for them, but the Wi-Fi problems looks like they're going to try to push this right checkpoint here for the points and taking the 1 point lead on top of that.
Yes, they managed to get a lead, but unfortunately not a very large one. It's just by 1 point. Either team able to get close to the checkpoint. The checkpoints are huge on this map. Once you get that first checkpoint, it's pretty much smooth sailing. You can hold the other team out from meeting your points. Both teams, once again, still just fighting for mid control, and it's just a constant stalemate back and forth.
Says the attempts are stopped by one other. Oh wait, we actually see. Yep, there it is again. Where we see an attempt to try to move in, but it's just halted. Actually, we might see a chance here as the Rainmaker pushes. Oh, unfortunately getting stopped. But we can see 3 members of Squid Sushi hanging around there while Wi-Fi problems has cooled down. So they might be actually able to push for the checkpoint, but no. Unfortunate suction bomb.
Unfortunate indeed, though they aren't done quite yet. The roster of Squid Sushi looking to push this Rainmaker forward, and they may be able to get a checkpoint here, and they do. They manage to break the checkpoint. This is a huge position for them as they've finally broken in with only a minute and a half left. Doesn't give Wi-Fi problems lots of time to break back in as they continue to get more and more points and push further and further on the hopes of Wi-Fi problems winning.
Went absolutely crazy. I think they took out, I don't know if that was a triple or a quad, but that Wiper was not wasting any time with their special and is allowing Wi-Fi problems to go in. If Squid Sushi can just play this right and just go in with taking their time, they already have the checkpoint. So as long as they're able to stop Wi-Fi problems from taking that checkpoint, well, there we go. We have their stop there.
The crab from behind.
They should be okay.
Yeah, the crab from behind unfortunately takes out a member of Wi-Fi problems, giving them a solid position and holding that mid-point. Where Squid Sushi is just looking very strong right now, able to just hold out the opposition and keep that strong lead. As a potential push comes back in, maybe even getting more points in their 48, they're just digging the nail further and further into the coffin of Wi-Fi problems.
They're trying to secure their points here. Even there's less than 20 seconds here on the clock. The most they actually have to do is defend it here. So trying anything risky is pretty, well, risky here. Wi-Fi Problems now has the Rainmaker once again, but considering they're also pushed back into their base. Oh!
They managed to hold on to the Rainmaker. Wi-Fi Problems now is making an overtime push. They have very limited time. They have to play hard and fast and smart. And sometimes doing all 3 at once is a bit of a tall task, especially against a roster like Squid Sushi.
For sure. Squid Sushi just has the opportunity to just hold it back. We actually see this back. This back might actually be able to...
And it gets the double! No! The VAC buff too strong. Nintendo take notes. As the side of Wi-Fi Problems still holding the Rainmaker, running out of time. They get a lot of picks. They have 8 seconds before they die. Can they get the checkpoint?
Try to get it?
No! They ran past the checkpoint! Where are they going? No!
Oh, it's blowing up at the end!
Oh.
That's so unfortunate!
What a way to go. Unfortunate misplay from the side of Wi-Fi Problems. As they're still playing Splatoon 2, trying to rush through, no checkpoints in sight. That will go 3-0 to Squid Sushi. Very,
for the
very
stalemate
close.
that happened.
Yeah. Close last match. Very separate from the first two. No Wi-Fi problems in sight. Game functioned as planned. They ended on a high note. Unfortunately, Wi-Fi problems not able to take the win there. Congrats to Squid Sushi going 3-0. And with that, that is the end of the group stage. We're going to take a brief intermission for seed. I'm not sure how long it will take, but we're going to be seeding for the actual brackets. And we will be back with some more action once we're done seeding and we're ready to go. So we'll see you all soon, and sit tight. Thanks for watching so far. Welcome back, everyone, to Coral Clash Low Tide number 1. I am Hammy, here with my good pal Fufu, and we are back with the Clownfish, or Gold Bracket. The first round of the 3 rounds of the bracket is going to be Team RAAAAAAAAAAAAAAH! I hope that picked up. I hope that picked up the mic. I'm gonna assume it did because Fufu's laughing. Okay, versus Pearls of Excellence. Fufu, any insight on these teams? Do you know anything about them, or is this gonna be a surprise for both of us?
Honestly, I was first looking at the zone, but I do recognize someone from the side of Pearls of Excellence, so I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I know they have a very strong player on there, but also both teams managed to make it to Gold Bracket here, so I'm looking forward to a really good fight on both sides. We have Spartan Museum, oh, Leader Copium again. Oh my god, you guys should totally bring a leader out. But again, very open middle. I'm just excited to see what they bring to the table. What do you think, Hammy?
I don't know. I mean, I think we discussed before, Museum's a wonky map for people like me, but it doesn't matter about my thoughts because I'm not playing today. Instead, it's these two teams as we go into our first match of the Clownfish Bracket. We have Team Raw versus Team Pearls of Excellence coming in. I'm seeing a lot of very strong meta picks. We do have the Tri-Stringer coming in here, which is a nice pick because it was recently buffed, so that'll be a fun one to look at. Both teams pushing in here on the zone. Both very aggressive stances from both sides, just wanting to take that first initial point of the game.
You see the Gal actually trying to go in here for a little bit of a side action. They might be able to... Oh, no! That person actually jumped out, but... Not Pearls of Excellence. Ra managed actually to get the first cap here, and I believe they might be moving into the base, moving in lovely pairs. We love to see the pair up here as they use a cooler to hopefully extend their survivability up there with those buffs.
Yeah,
people always talk about the...
No, I was gonna say, yeah, with that 3 down on the side of Pearls of Excellence, you see the Raw roster really push up and take their hold there, and they're holding them back into their plat. 45 seconds left on the clock until they take the W, with the Junior coming down on the side, but unfortunately getting picked down. The Roller now following and after, also getting picked, but after taking one with them. It's a bit of a scramble here for Pearls of Excellence to get a footing back in this match with 15 seconds till the win for Raw.
Tight crunch here is Pearls of Excellence wants to make their way back with 5 seconds on the clock and someone down. I believe, yep, this game goes directly to Raw on a 0 to a, not, was it a 0 to 100, I believe? Either way, it was a quick countdown for the side of Raw as they were just able to they moved in pairs and moved up directly into Pearls of Excellence space, forcing them back for the majority of the game, taking full advantage of that space we have, and we love to see it. Look at the matching emotes.
They're coordinated. All right.
They're very coordinated.
I mean, you can tell from their gameplay they're coordinated. On a 0 to 100 in the gold bracket, that's usually you want to see some close, nice tight games in the upper brackets. But Raw really proving themselves to be a strong contender here today, focusing on that the nice shiny new Sendou badge.
Shiny Sendou badge. Oh, we love the Sendou badges in this household. Yeah, I'm like, they just went for it. They went for it.
Yeah, and now next up we have Mata Maria on tower control. Very interesting one because there's the grates above the middle of the map that gives a lot of verticality to that mid pressure that can be applied on that tower.
You would know a lot about that one. We like the buckets on this map. We love the buckets on this map, but buckets go absolutely crazy. So I would like to see another bucket on this map. I mean, let me know. Let me know about the how do you feel about bucket on this map?
Machine goes crazy. Tri-Slosher, my beloved, my baby, doesn't do all of that hot sometimes, but the Machine is a very strong pick in the map. A lot of great angles, a lot of just like positional advantages that you can put in your favor. Even some of the other buckets can be pretty strong as well, but the Machine, notably one of the 2 main meta buckets right now, and it's a very strong pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of those. But even some other weapons too. The ballpoint, very strong pick here. I might even be interested to see a Nautilus maybe. I could imagine that Tri-Stringer coming back. on the side of Pearls of Excellence. But again, we'll just have to wait and see as these teams ready up and get ready to go into the second match of the set.
We might see an early start. Yeah, there we go. Battle time right away. Okay.
Going into game 2, Manta Maria Tower Control, Team Ra versus Team Pearls of Excellence. On the side of Team Ra, we are going to see a very similar comp to the first game. Slight adjustment to one of the shooters, believe. And yes, there's the Nautilus, Pearls of Excellence. I called it. I was feeling the Nautilus today. And they still got the Carbon Roller, the Junior, and the Tri-Stringer. We're going to see how these teams open up here as they push towards the tower. Both teams taking complete control of their bunkers. We see it not wanting to take a misstep into mid and getting picked off too early in this fight.
We love seeing the Knot here. Knot is just a very good contester for the short range. Like, actually getting 2 here as just amazing. This is what I was talking about. Knot is a very strong fighting weapon. If you could just utilize that range, it ranges a lot of the fast shooters, and it's crazy. We do see the Carbon actually getting a really good pick here on left, as another one goes down on the side of Ra.
Yeah, this Carbon doing a lot of work on the stage, getting another pick with the burst bomb and flick combos over the wall, going for more and more picks in the street as they get the tower past the first checkpoint. Team Pearls of Excellence having a pretty convincing lead here in the beginning as they are trying to not get knocked out of the storm. They're pushing to make this a close set. They're pushing. Now Ra has managed to push back, and they're now taking the checkpoint, making this a much more fun match. These Carbon comes out from Pearls of Excellence, getting 2 more picks in the street, though not able to contain the lead for their team.
Though they didn't lose the lead, like, it was that. I'm just gonna make a side note. That Carbon was not playing around with their picks. Even if they did lose the lead, they made sure not to go down without a fight. That was a very interesting POV to see. But we do see Rob continue to hopefully make way for this tower as they're starting to push a little more into Pearls of Excellence street here. But again, that Carbon is just saying no to a lot of their ideas here. Just making sure they're just like, no, you're not going anywhere. It's crazy how much space they're able to just hold there.
Yes, this Carbon Roller doing a lot of work here for Pearls of Excellence, able to hold back a lot of pressure and just make strong pushes with the many angles that the weapon's able to reach. Here we see Pearls of Excellence manage to get the lead again. Not able to take the checkpoint just quite yet. Junior still pushing for it, trying to fight the 1v1 against the NZAP as the rest of the team of Ra tries to regroup and get back into the fight here.
And a little bit of a closer eye on the Carbon. They actually got 2 down on the left, and they're over here attacking. They got another 2! And
oh, there's the wipe.
Making the way for their team to hopefully knock this out. Oh my god! They're going crazy with it!
Oh, the 1-point dream, though, for Ra. They managed to get the wipe out and save themselves from being knocked out. This is going to be a very tough match for Ra, but they have... anything can happen. It's still anyone's game as there's 2 minutes left. They have to get the knockout. They're putting in a very aggressive positioning here as they try to get set up in their street. Blocked by the Nautilus. They do not want to lose this match.
For sure, Ra does not seem to go down without a fight, even with Pearls of Excellence 1-point lead. But again, that Zuga coming out, taking 2. And the towers continue to move back in mid as we're moving back into a more neutral zone. Honestly, the most Pearls of Excellence has to do is really just hold their space as there's 1.5 minutes down. It's a little bit longer than what's to be expected. Are we going to see 2 picks here? Well, with a little bit of teamwork there. But just being able to hold down their space, Pearls of Excellence can also very quickly secure their space, especially if they allow the Carbon to continue as they are.
Yes, you can see here the side of Ra really trying to push back into their street, not let Pearls of Excellence get another good position. Because the first step to getting the KO they need to win is not getting the tower push in their own base. They have to keep it at the very least neutral if they want a chance of taking another game in the set so far. You see the Bazookas coming out, very nice pick there. They're going to try to take their bunker back. Now, again, the tower being neutral is still in the advantage of Pearls of Excellence because they have that convincing lead here and the points with 40 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, it'll be a lot for Ra to take this back, It seems just wow, they actually get 3. They take 3 down here. I believe they're gonna use this opportunity to now push more into Ra's base and maybe try to secure this win that they have.
Yeah, Pearls of Excellence not letting up at all. They're not taking the points they got for granted. They're not making sure that they don't cause any mishaps or blunders that can cause them to lose this match. The Carbon Roller still just continuing to pick people off left and right, just kind of hanging out, doing things that Carbons do. You know how it is. And that is going to be game for Pearls of Excellence as they just continue to hold on the pressure for the entire match.
You know, I said it a lot throughout the game, but that Carbon is a menace.
Yeah, that's it's a strong pick. I wouldn't want to play against it. I go nuts when I have to fight Carbon Rollers. Not a fun time.
Even then, it's like, even though I might be praising the Carbon Roller a lot, we also have to give the hand to the rest of the team who gives them that space in order to go absolutely crazy with it. Because without it, the Carbon might be stuck in a pickle. So I love the teamwork there. Love it, love it, love it.
For sure. Now we are at a 1-1 situation. The next team, this match will decide which team continues on in the Clownfish Bracket. It'll be Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. This is a map we did see earlier today, so these teams are warmed up, reminded of how they have to play this map, and we'll see how they go about it. Again,
we see the Carbon again.
Oh, we're gonna see the Carbon, 100%. That's not changing at all. The Carbon's coming out. It was a strong contender for Pearls of Excellence to get them that win in Game 2, and it's a good map for rollers, buckets, anything with angles. So I'm more so interested to see that Team Raw's response. You know, you gotta find something. You gotta shut down that Carbon. You gotta shut down those angles. You gotta get a firm standing, because Humpback is a very snowbally map. If you give them 1 inch, they'll take a mile. I don't know why I used Imperial terms. I'm Canadian. That felt weird. That felt weird coming out of my mouth. I don't like that.
Rose said switching sides. It's over.
No, because like my brain, I was gonna do metric, and I'm like, no one's gonna get it though, because everyone watching's probably American. And if anyone watching uses Imperial, shout yourself out in chat. We're the real ones. Our system makes sense.
Hey, I will have to say, yeah. Even though I live in the U.S., I would have to agree.
All right, enough about metrics. We're gonna get into the metrics of this match as we're going into Game 3 of Raw versus Pearls of Excellence. Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. We are seeing, again, very similar roster from Raw. They're sticking with what they got, and a lot of mix-ups from Pearls of Excellence. They kept the Carbon Roller and the knot and the Tri-Stringer, but they're bringing in the Brush. Very interesting pick, especially for Rainmaker Humpback. I'm going to see how they play this, because it's going to be a very interesting match indeed.
He went ahead and took a quick pick on the Carbon, and now there's 2 down on the side of Pearl of Excellence. Honestly, Raw can really make use of this, actually taking it back, as they did have 2 down. This Brush coming in and just causing a little bit of mayhem here. And I think they're actually going to try to solo push the checkpoint real quick.
Yeah, they tried to solo push, but unfortunately the Tri-Slosher saw right through it, walks in for an easy pick. They know they're faster than a Rainmaker, so it doesn't matter what they do. Bit of fighting in mid now as both teams try to hold some ground, see who can get a good initial push on the Rainmaker. Because there is 79 points on the side of Pearls of Excellence, but they more so just moved it laterally. There's no real push here until a team takes a checkpoint. This match is pretty much a stalemate until then.
True. I in the earlier games how really, even if you have like a 30 lead, it can really be anyone's game, as we saw as in the earlier sets, that even with like a 20-something lead, they still the other team still managed to push by. So I wouldn't call, even if a team has a strong lead, I would still call the game anyone's game.
For sure, it's not over till it's over. You never know what's going to happen in Splatoons. We've seen many crazy things, and crazier things will come as time goes on. For now, we have the Raw roster over here pushing up, trying to take a lead and maybe get a checkpoint. Unfortunately, getting picked out by the Carbon Roller. Seeing trading for 2 here. But Raw is not done with their push. They are pushing up as much as they can, trying to cause some commotion. Unfortunately, the Nautilus sees right through it, gets 3 picks. They throw a storm in the enemy base, and they are ready to push up and maybe get a checkpoint of their own.
The chance is looking pretty good here as the storm is out a little bit more to the side, but if they're able to just cap this checkpoint, they'll be putting themselves in a pretty good spot. And unfortunately, the checkpoint catch getting canceled, and 3 on their side is a wipeout.
But they do get the wipe. Yes, that will be a free checkpoint thanks to that wipeout. They did not let they did the exact same RAAAAAAAAAAAAAH did to them. They lost the Rainmaker, didn't matter. They just kept up the pressure, kept up the push, but this time it worked out much more in their favor as they get a push to 27 points, and they're still not done as they are still positioned, but they may have to finally back up and call it a day there at 27.
We see RAAAAAAAAAH actually go in for a more middle, but with Pearls of Carbon trying to come in and come from behind, but RAAAAAAAAH is not going to let up as they're going to try to push through this checkpoint through the ledge here, I believe.
Yeah, it seems that they indeed want to get the checkpoint from that side, and they do. They make the full run around the marathon as they bring it in to get the checkpoint. Now they still need to push up to 26 points, though. The job is quite done. As they do get a couple of picks, the Rush is the last one alive. They're sharking. Are they going to drop down and stop them from getting the lead last second? No, as they get picked, and unfortunately they get one. Oh, they get to 26. Oh, okay. Oh, and they go further!
Their hand with a wipeout!
They wanted some extra little brownie points. They wanted to confirm that they don't lose to a 1-point lead like they just did to them. As now Team RAAAAAAAAH holds the lead. Rainmaker's down in mid. No team has the necessary advantage to stay here. Everyone's just kind of neutral as the Pearls of Excellence is starting their own counter push to see if they can get that lead back with a minute 15 left in the match.
But even, like I said, even if you have a strong lead, it is anyone's game. As again, these sets just kind of prove that point here. And we do see, I believe, Pearls of Excellence here trying to still make their way and hopefully they try to push back for this lead with a minute left on the clock. But RAAAAAAAH's defense is just showing, and they do manage to pick 2 off. Whoa! Okay, they actually managed to take this jet down and maybe be able to keep their stance.
Yeah, it does seem so. They managed to bring out a solid defense and offense for both sides, honestly. It's very back and forth in this position here. Again, it's anyone's game. There's 30 seconds left, but there is still a chance for Pearls of Excellence to push up the Rainmaker further. But only time will tell as the Rainmaker resets, which is an unfortunate position to be in for Pearls of Excellence. You have to pop it and move the Rainmaker back into position. Team RAAAAAAAH here holding the window as tough as they can, getting a flank here for the Tri-Slosher. Will this be the end for Team Pearls of Excellence?
Oh, they managed to do that. Okay, we see them coming in. They still have the chance to push this in their favor. Oh! Very unfortunate. However, RAAAAAAAH managed to hold their space and prevent Pearls of Excellence from getting back that lead. Again, it wasn't over till it was over, and they managed to conquer and pull through.
Yeah, Team RAAAAAAH they held it out. They stayed just like their opponents. They stayed coordinated. They stayed cool, collected, and they toughed it out. They didn't need to, they decided, you know what, no, we don't need to counter this Carbon Roller. We're just going to play our game. We're going to do what we do best. We're going to stick with a similar roster and just fight it out. And they proved that they could be on top here in this competition. So they'll be moving on to the next round of Clownfish Bracket, and so will we. We'll go to a short intermission here, and then we will be back with round 2 of Clownfish Bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Coral Clash Low Tide number 1. We are going into round 2 of the Clownfish Bracket, which I believe is the semi-finals due to the bracket size. I am Hammy, and I'm here with Fufu, and we are about to watch a match once again from RAAAAAAAAAAAGH, the team that won the last match, versus Up the Ante.
What Up the Ante is gonna bring? We, like you said, we saw some gameplay here from RAAAAAAAAAGH last game, and they went ahead and put on a show on last set. So Up the Ante, I'm excited to see what you bring.
Yeah, for sure. I recognize a couple of names there on Up the Ante. I'm not sure if it's the same people because there's different tags than I'm used to, so you never know. Sometimes they're similar names, but we're getting right into it already. Barnacle and Dime Clams is our game number 1 as we get straight into the match, no delay. And we see, let's see if RAAAAAAAAGH has the same pick. Yes, they do, sticking with that same comp with that one rotating shooter on the 52 Gal this time. And Up the Ante coming out with 2 buckets, a wiper, and a T-Tech. A little bit of a bias for me as a bucket player, but we're gonna see how these teams do. We've seen how strong RAAAAAAAAGH is, and now we get to see if Up the Ante can contest it.
RAAAAAAAAGH is bringing up the usual comp here. It's just like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yes, as we see a couple of picks, Up the Ante taking down some members of Team RAAAAAAAAGH as they manage to push in, start collecting clams, and we can probably see some clams get passed around soon to start making a ball to break this basket.
They wasted no time trying to get that clam economy in and start preparing their push. They do manage to take 2 more off of RAAAAAAAGH, and I think they should be able to go ahead and push here. They are wasting no time to get those clams in and just start making their way in. We love to see it, and they're quick with it.
The hammer gets the double kill in the pit on the side of Up the Ante onto RAAAAAAAGH as they continue to keep this basket open, putting in clams occasional one at a time. Just, you know, not too fast. You don't want to wear them out. You just want to let the clams do some work, keep it open, make this last as long and make it as dreadful as possible for RAAAAAAAGH. They do finally manage to get a delayed wipe and break out of their base, as it seems like that push is going to stop at 21 points, which is a very convincing way to start your match off when you're a minute and a half in.
Like I said, they wasted no time. And just for, again, that minute and a half in that they had, they jumped all the way to 21. That's an insane first push.
We see over here, the side of RAAAAAAAGH trying to pick up some clams, get some economy, and to see if they can push back and maybe start a push of their own. Fortunately, they are not able to get good positioning as plenty of specials start coming out. They do get 2 balls. So if they manage to get some picks here, they can get a pretty good push as 2 go down on both sides. 1v1 left on the map. Tri-Slosher versus T-Tech. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. They trade! No! A full wipe on both sides of the map as I try to figure out which basket got open. There we go. The basket is open as RAAAAAAAGH throws in the power clam. Get 1 extra clam in there. Unfortunately, not as good of a push as they were hoping to have. They only get 13 points on the board. Sorry, 23 points. I don't know how to do math. That's not what I'm here for. I say that as I'm the tech guy. I'm the tech guy here. I should know math. Anyway, these players. The ballpoint getting some picks on the inkjet as you see that Team RAAAAAAAGH is pushing up, not happy with their 77 points, and they want to try to push for a lead this time.
It's have to be a little ambitious sometimes, you know. Again, that's a pretty big lead, like a jump in points from Up the Ante and RAAAAAAAGH. So I mean, who can blame? Who can blame RAAAAAAAGH for wanting to go for a little bit more, as they would need it to get the lead here. It looks like they're taking pretty steady in their base, or trying to at least, but Up the Ante is not taking anything as they're over here trying to run them out of their base and shove this game back into neutral.
Yes, over here with Up the Ante managing to get back into mid and getting a couple of picks. They are really just pushing. They're not letting them get those power clams either. They don't want any clam economy on the side of RAAAAAAAGH. Fortunately, letting them pick up the ball, but they don't care. They're going to throw a Booyah Bomb in there and just let it do its work.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb is such a strong special. Like, I'm never over it. Again, the machine, you know, it may have gotten a nerf, but that kit still makes it all the worth it. But Up the Ante does suffer 2 down as RAAAAAAAGH is able to slowly over here be able to push a little more into up into up the ante.
Yes, Raw really wants the mid control here as they really want to take the lead with a minute left in the match as they start to pick off some of the players on the side of up the ante. They do have more players up, they just need to get the ball, which they do, putting up more pressure, and they cannot get the ball in because of an unfortunate pick. Oh, can they get the ball in? They've tried 2 people. Can they get a 3rd person? No, no one's there to pick it up. No, except for, no, and they can't get it, and it falls in the water! The most unfortunate RNG that could have happened. The ball just rolls off the map, killing any potential push from the side of Raw. There's still time, there's still 30 seconds, it's anyone's game, but things are looking up if you're a fan of Up the Ante.
It's just with the limited time, they would need a really solid push here. Where's their power clam? They have to build a power clam still with 10 seconds left on the clock. They just need 2 on that end up. They should be able to build that up, but most of the clams are stuck on Up the Ante's snipe here. But, oh, well, here we are, overtime. It's a bloodshed down in the center.
The fizzy bomb pick. It's an unfortunate way to go down in overtime when you need to get that ball moving. The Booyah Bomb being held to block any entry into their base. They tried to go for it, and unfortunately they did not have enough time or space to break open the barrier. Up the Ante, taking the first game of this set in what felt like a very close match, and I'm hoping that the rest of the matches going forward can be close and intense and we get to see some good gameplay here.
So Up the Ante's, just the first push that they had down to the 20s was just huge, especially on this map. All they really had to do was just push Raw out, and which they managed to do a lot of the time. They pushed them out of their defense, and they pushed them hard enough to where they're even though they managed to break through a couple times, they held them well enough to where they were just able to hold on to that lead all throughout the game.
For sure. Now up next, we're going to be seeing Flounder Heights Splat Zones, everyone's least favorite. No. Yay! But I will say though, we've seen Tri-Sloshers, we've seen machines from these teams, so it could be a map that both these teams enjoy. It could be one that they've practiced, one that they've perfected. So it'll be interesting to see how they try to go about fighting this. We'll see which team comes out on top, because the last game was pretty close.
Oh, we just gotta see what they bring here. I am looking forward to a real good match here. Again, gold bracket, Flounder Heights. Flounder Heights is Flounder Heights, y'all. But I don't know how I feel about Flounder Heights. But again, like you said, we did see buckets, so I feel like they're gonna have a field trip. This is their playground now.
Yeah, half the spectating's just gonna be watching the 2 Tri-Sloshers do something. That's my prediction. It happens. Tri-Slosher is just disgusting on this map. There's so many angles, so many just positional advantages. It's all verticality. You just slap people from afar with a close range weapon.
Ridiculous.
There's nothing you can do about it. So players Yeah, you go.
Honestly, it's like, but also on top of that, that's more like, especially in the center, those Tri-Sloshers are going to have a field trip. But once you get pushed into defense, it's really hard to get out. So I wonder which team is going to be able to push that line first and force the other team into defense.
Yeah, and now we are getting ready to go here. Game 2, Splat Zones on Flounder Heights. We're seeing a lot of aggressive weapons on both sides. Interesting picks as well. An S-Blast on the side of Team Raw and a Blobber on the side of Team Up the Ante. That is indeed the toes that I know. Picking up the Blobber. We have a very aggressive start from the Tri-Slosher on the side of Raw. A player got picked down in the trench. No team has taken both zones yet. Still a stalemate, but they're fighting in middle. Raw pushing up pretty convincingly and about to take a zone, and they do. But a crab comes out on the side of Up the Ante.
Just being able to punish the S-Blast here. But again, the zone has no control yet, but I think Up the Ante might be able to change that soon if those strikes didn't come out and put a stop to that as Raw's members begin to come back. And, you know, we're back in the arena, back in the middle.
Yeah, and the ends at the last person on the side of Raw gets picked up. Unfortunately, that does mean a cap for Up the Ante as they now want to position themselves to snowball along this dastardly vertical ramp that everyone has such a hard time climbing up. We're seeing a lot of specials come out. Yeah, Team Raw managing to throw out some specials and at least take a neutral zone, and maybe even a cap here if they push up onto the zone. The S-Blast with the Reef Slider, managing to get some picks. They're still alive and pushing.
Yeah. That blob just being able to hold their area there and just being able to move some of the members of Raw out and just to push for that control once again. They might just be able to, once again, force Raw into more of a defensive position, but Raw is not really having it. It's just still trying to prevent them from going fully into their base. Oh, we actually see a splash flank here. We see two flanking, one actually going down with that splash as well. There was a sliver of hope, but Raw's not going down without a fight as they cap. They actually go straight for the base push here, I believe.
Yeah, it's a snowbally map. If you got the zone, just take the position and hold it. You gotta do what you can to win the game, and on this map, that just means standing above your opponent and looking down on them and laughing.
Yeah. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, we see from the tall walls, you could sit there and look at your opponents. Oh, we're actually stuck in a little bit of a more neutral now, as no one actually has full control right now. Interesting.
Some Tri-Sloshers fighting. Unfortunately, one gets picked off and one lives, which does have an advantage. That weapon seems to be very strong on this map, putting a lot of pressure on both sides. The team up the ante does take this zone back, and they're now pushing out of the penalty and trying to get a lead, but the zone goes neutral. They want to keep this zone. They want to get a quick lead here with 2 minutes left in the game. They want to be in that advantageous situation. Unfortunately, they are not able to take the lead by 1 point. If they can get rid of this neutral zone, they have the lead.
Even just for a second, it was really all they needed. Honestly,
on the side of up the ante, we see them pushing in, taking more ground. They want to keep continuing to push this zone forward. Unfortunately for Team Raw, they don't seem to be able to get in position with down all but one. The T-Tech is by themselves trying to take this zone. They're not sure if they're able to make it or not, and they got picked off, unfortunately. Team up the ante, just really pushing on the zone. Hey, we're back. We found you again. What's up?
Oh no! You
up the ante, but to take
separation.
Yeah, unfortunately, Discord decided to kick out myself, I believe. I'm not sure, but we're back, and up the ante does indeed take the win over Raw in this second game of the set. A clean 2-0 sweep.
Up the ante was just not having it this time around. They went up, they came in here, was like, we have a mission and we have to complete it, and that's exactly what they did, taking the 2-0. Amazing show strength once more.
For sure. And I mean, and hey, they weren't, it wasn't all one-sided. There were very close games, a lot of back and forth. Up the ante came out on top, but Team Raw really did give us a good show, both maps. And now we get to see how Up the Ante does, because I believe the next set is the finals. I'm going to confirm that before I look like a fool. Yes, the next set is the finals of Up the Ante versus Project Blank. Project Blank, we saw them earlier today against JoJo, taking the win in the group stage. I believe this match is going to be getting started here, so I don't think we need to go to an intermission. So let me see here.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we good to go? We just need to update the information. Yes. All right. So the match will begin shortly. We will go to a quick intermission just so we can get everything set up. A little bit of background stuff you don't need to worry about. Some of that stream magic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the grand finals of the Clownfish Bracket very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the finals of Coral Clash Low Tide number 1. It's going to be Project Blank, who we saw earlier in the group stage, versus Up the Ante, who we just saw in the semifinals match, where they beat Team Raw to make it to the finals. Two very strong teams. We've seen both of them have very convincing games. Both sets we saw were both these teams they swept. So we've yet to see either of these teams lose a match, so it'll be very interesting to see who rises and who falls.
I'm excited to see what these two teams, we like you said, we've seen them. They're both incredibly strong, and I feel like this is going to be a really good set.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, so here we have sorry, I had to lean over to see it. The text is smaller now. It's Brine Water on Splat Zones. We have it can go either way. It can go either way here. Can you see the screen capture?
I cannot.
Oh, the screen capture broke. Oh no! Oh no! I'll bring it back up. All right. Technical difficulties.
It's okay.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, my bad. All right, so we have a strong opening on both sides of the map here. Very strong comps. Everyone playing what they know. Toes on the blobber because that's what they're strong with. Everyone picking what they're comfortable with. Two people down, unfortunately, on the side of Up the Ante, I believe.
The Jet coming in to put some extra pressure on the edge here. Honestly, like you said, everyone's bringing their the weapons they are most comfortable with, and it looks like this is gonna be a really good fight with the weapons they have chosen. So really, it's just who's gonna come out on top skill wise and just organization wise. And this is gonna be a good game.
Oh, for sure, 100%. As you can see, Project Blank taking a strong lead here. Up the Ante, though, they're bringing it back. They wanna take this game. They're holding the zone now, not too much to take a lead as they didn't get a very strong one inside of Project Blank. Only a minute down, both teams already having a fair number of points under their belt in the zone. Oh, a hammer joust!
Hammer!
Yeah, the Project Blank winning that hammer fight, as they do lose the lead though, with enough of a distraction for Up the Ante to take a lead. Not a large one, but a lead nonetheless.
Good lead for the most part here, and we do see the Carbon coming up here, up there, perfect, up the ramp. Honestly, Carbon, we saw earlier that Carbon has the opportunity to be an absolute menace if given the space to do so. But right now we see the zone being a lot of back and forth as we do see that Jet come out and get a really nice pick here.
And then we see another Jet come up from the other side of the map on Project Blank, getting a pick over there in the street. Though a lot of pressure being put on the zone by Team Up the Ante. They want to keep this lead. Unfortunately now, Team Project Blank is counting down, about to take the lead, and they have. We are almost halfway through this match. Both teams are neck and neck. Though right now it seems like Team Project Blank really wants to take this lead as they're pushing up into the base of Up the Ante.
To hold them into their base is going to be their best bet, but Up the Ante is actually not going to let it go down so quickly as they do try to make their way back to the zone. With each roster being half down, Up the Ante is actually losing a third, and I believe this is going to be Project Blank's hold to the zone here. Yes,
and now with another 8-Jet out, they're going to be holding that zone indeed, and the Zuka coming out as well from the zone. They're putting as much pressure as possible as they get one pick down on Up the Ante. They are not letting them leave their base. They want to keep them locked in until they KO and try to go 1-up in this final situation. Those strikes do take the zone inside the Up the Ante.
Every Jet that comes out always somehow usually gets a pick, which is really crazy to see. It's just like both of them have that aim. Oh, an unfortunate pick there. I believe that was a bomb or just a Carbon taking this. Hold on. I think Project Blank might be leading into a win here as they're just trying to hold the zone. Again, another Jet coming out along with those strikes. It's the one. And no, Project Blank comes out and takes that zone right back, taking that win.
Up the Ante almost coming in with the 1-point dream, saving themselves from getting knocked out in the first round, which unfortunately they could not hold it. Project Blank going 1-up in this best-of-5 finals. Very close match overall. Both sides showing very strong plays, and I'm interested to see how the rest of this set goes.
Sure, a very good game regardless.
Next up,
Let's
we have Mahi Mahi Resort Tower Control. This is the first time we've seen Mahi Mahi all day. I'm sure everyone was glad we haven't seen it all day. I believe one of our head TOs said we wanted a fun map in the map list when they added this one in. So it's a real treat for those who have made it all the way to the grand finals today. Honestly, I don't think Mahi Mahi Towers is that bad, but also a lot of my opinions are weird, so I don't think I can say it.
Mahi Tower. I like Mahi Tower. Maybe again, it's the backline talking.
Okay,
but
yeah,
honestly,
we're the two most biased commentators that we can possibly have here. We have a bucket main and a charger main, and you're like, yeah, Mahi Towers is a good map, and they they have selected. I think they selected the wrong map. That is not the map.
They do not want to play Mahi Tower.
Okay, they realize they can't read. Similar name. They're gonna restart. Yeah, so we have a little bit more time to talk about it then. Yeah, so Mahi Towers is gonna be the next map. Like I said, Tio wanted a quote unquote fun map, so that ended up in the list. I think it'll be interesting because even though it's like, oh, I don't want to play this map, it's bad, I hate it. Well, so does everyone else. So it has an even playing field where everyone is struggling. Everyone is like in that same situation. So it's all about who prospers and comes out on top and manages to push out the other team.
See Mahi Tower because it's just you get to see how many people are gonna fall into the water. So I mean, that again in the backlines, pretty tame. Hopefully we don't see anyone fall in the water, but I think I want to see how these two teams are gonna fare with just the map in general, all the water, until of course phase 2 comes up. Ooh, one of you guys want to pull out chargers so bad.
As you mentioned, the phase change of the map can always make a huge difference. You can see one team snowball, and the second they get that checkpoint and the water levels lower. Or do they rise or lower? I can't remember. It always messes me up because some things go up, some things go down. But once the water levels change, it could turn the tides of the battle. The other team could find a better advantage. They have weapons that are more accommodating to the larger size of the map without having to worry about falling in the water, and they can make a comeback and end the game.
It's like the changing bit. I'm excited. I want to see what they do with it. Anyone's game. Because both teams are very strong. Even if Project Blank did take the last set, anything could happen.
Yeah, and we are now getting into this match. The correct map mode has been picked this time as we get into Mahi Mahi Resort Tower Control. We have Project Blank in the turquoise and Up the Ante in the pink. Let's see if anyone falls in the water right off the bat. Let's see if anyone's out of their comfort zone, because this isn't a normal map that comes up in map lists. Only time will tell as we see Tri-Slosher getting picked off right away by a bomb combo and his Wiper going down as well. Player on both, 2 players down already on the side of Project Blank. And now 2 players down the side of Up the Ante. Oh no, that's still Project Blank. Never mind. Back and forth match. Up the Ante having the player advantage, but still only just getting that first checkpoint now. They're still keeping a convincing pressure with the grab tank on the tower. It looks like they may take the second checkpoint and raise the water levels.
We do see that jet coming out again, and we as we've seen before, the jet. Oh wait, pause. We actually have 3 going down here, and they might be able to just push even further the checkpoint if allowed. But again, Jet has been a strong fighting contender since the last game, as both Jets just managed to get that aim in and usually get a pick in.
Yeah, we see now here Up the Ante taking back his tower yet again, keeping on that pressure. They want to get rid of the water. They want the bigger map. They want to end this game as fast as possible so they don't have to play the map anymore. Carbon Roller trying to be playable. Carbon Roller trying to get some picks here. Unfortunately, not much they can do while they're stuck up on the plat. No room to move around the map as Up the Ante is just keeping that constant pressure on the plat of Project Blank.
And there it is. There's our map switch. The map is playable again. Let's go. However, Up the Ante is just pushing for that 30 mark. And honestly, they have a really good lead. But again, the map has changed now. And Project Blank, who knows, we might see that switch that you were talking about earlier here with the map change.
Yeah, you never know when the map changes. It's an entirely different play style, different weapons work in different positions, and if you can't adapt to the new map layout, then you're gonna get left in the dust.
That's true. We do see actually 3 down on Up the Ante, but it looks like Project Blank is taking just a little bit of time here to go ahead and get this ball rolling. And they're going to be forced back into defense. Again, the map is now playable as we do see the Zuka come out. 3 down on Up the Ante. So actually, if they can really hold this here, they might be able to pass that 30 mark and retake this lead.
Yeah, you see here, Project Blank.
Good try!
Yeah, oh yeah, they're picks left and right. Both teams going down a couple, but Up the Ante taking down everyone on the side of Project Blank. Barely losing the lead, but like I said, it's anyone's game. There's still 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Still plenty of time for a counter push.
And we do see that Jet come out. I believe they did actually get the victory. There's 2 that go down from the side of Project Ante. The game is not over yet, but still with 2 minutes left on the clock. But it looks like Project Blank might go here and just try to secure a little bit more space, especially with that much time left on the clock.
Project Blank just teaming up and shredding through Guyao, some good coordination as they push up into the side of Up the Ante, taking any room that they can get to try to keep this lead and maybe even extend it past 27. Who knows? Carbon Roller doing what they do best, but unfortunately it's been taken out by the Wiper, who is now going to push up and now take their turn camping the ledges. Do have a hammer ready to cause some mayhem in the base of Project Blank.
Mayhem is always a fun old thing. I think I'm gonna actually be able to get a strike slot here. No, the Carbon comes in for a little bit of a jump scare and goes ahead and takes out that Wiper. Again, we're stuck back here in a more neutral zone, but there are 2 down on Up the Ante. It's a minute left. They really do have to pull through here if they want this lead again. But I don't think Project Blank is going to go down without a fight, as they're just trying to lock them a little back into their base and hopefully stall this out until they can secure their win.
Seems like pretty much a stalemate here in mid, which is, I mean, a good thing for Project Blank because they're just wasting the time away. Less than a minute left on the clock, though it does seem like Up the Ante wants to push up and get some positions here as they can try to get a final push to take a lead in the last 30 seconds of this match.
We do see a Zuka and a Jet come out on side of Project Blank, but actually the sides are even all over it again. And no, unfortunately not. I am a liar. Up the Ante did have 3 down, forcing a slight number advantage for Project Blank, as I think they're going to try to stall this mid again and just try to keep Up the Ante out.
Yes, Up the Ante, though, they don't want to be kept out. They want to get in. They are now pushing the tower forward with 5 seconds left the game. No one's on the tower with 3 seconds left. The Wiper goes back because they realize what's going on. Everyone's jumping into the tower. They got to keep 1 person on there at all times. They want to confirm they can win. The Charge Slasher versus tower. All 8 people on the tower.
What is happening?
Up the Ante. They managed to fight the 4v4 in the tower. Complete utter chaos. 1 person remains standing on the tower, and they barely take the lead in overtime as the 1 remaining survivor of Project Blank rushes in to try to save the day, but could not make it in time. We're tied up 1-1.
That was a crazy ending.
Yeah, that's like those are the matches you want to see in the top bracket. Like, those are the close, crazy games you want to see if the seeding is done correctly and everyone is on the same level. Hopefully we see more matches like that going forward. We have potentially up to 3 more games going. If we go up to game 5, at least we'll see 2 more, because the team needs to get to 3 points to win in this best of 5. Next, we're going to Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. This is again, this is the first time we've seen this map here today. Another map we haven't seen, so it'll be interesting to see if the teams are rusty here, if they've played any Scorch Gorge recently.
Scorch Guards is a interesting map. It's just you have this big block in the middle. It always feels as if like I feel like a lot of times it's easy to get stuck down in that middle space and push past it to get to where the team is. But we're gonna see how this goes as battle time has now been initiated.
Yeah, these two teams, they're not wasting any time. They are eager to win. They're eager to get that new Sendou badge and eager to go to bed because it is late on a weekday. We are going into this match, again, very aggressive comps on both sides. People playing what they're comfortable with. It's the same weapons you've seen from both teams all day, and they both worked. Both these teams swept the matches you saw them on stream today, and now they're tied up 1-1. They're both perfectly matched, so it's just a question of who comes out on top ever so slightly.
We do see early storm here, along with the Rainmaker being picked up from up the ante. So they're already giving themselves a little bit of better position, but that Carbon says no. Unfortunately, they staggered it. Oh my god! A Project Flame going straight for a wipeout. Putting up the ante a little bit further back into a disadvantage. I think they might just get the checkpoint here, and straight for it they go. An amazing quick lead from up the ante, just turning the tide.
The Wiper just doesn't die to the Rainmaker explosion, still gets picked off for the Carbon Roller. We're now pushing in Project Blank, pushing as far as they can, getting as many points early on. We're not even in the game, they're down to 33 already. Up the ante, need to up the ante if they want to take this match back with 4 minutes left.
3 points for like within a minute is insane. I mean, like you said, both teams are not wasting any time. They are here to put on a show, and a show they have. This is a crazy, like, just first minute of the game.
Project Blank ain't done yet. The Tri-Slosher unfortunately gets found out while sharking there. They're gonna let the Rainmaker reset naturally unless Garrett grabs it, which he does. Pushing up, and no! The sharking splatter shot! So stealthy, even I didn't notice them there in the overhead camera. They managed to get the pick, though. They can't grab the Rainmaker, so it doesn't give them much advantage. It more so just gives them a lot more delay and waste some more time, which is exactly what you want on this side.
The Rainmaker kind of dropped right here and getting quickly taken out here on the right by the Tri-Slosher, and another, I believe that's a shot, taking out their Zuka. It's they did force the Rainmaker into a more awkward spot, so it'll be a little bit of annoying for Project Flame to actually get out of there and continue to move forward. You know, those awkward spots are a little wonky.
Rainmaker reset, as you can see. Project Blank getting ready to push up the ante. Does not want them to get back in there. They need to start taking positions now. We are almost halfway through the match, and they still have only gotten 4 points on the board. Rainmaker getting pushed past the checkpoint. As you can see, up the ante is still scrambling to find a good position. They do get the Rainmaker to drop back out, giving them a bit of room to move as they kill the Rainmaker with a hammer.
It's just Project Blank was not short of any pressure on up the ante's base, just using the momentum that they had, I believe, from last game, and just using that to drive this game forward.
Yes, you can see here, still just now there's 2 down on the side of up the ante. Actually, I was going to say it's a stalemate, but looking good in the for the side of Project Blank here, keeping consistent pressure. At this point, they don't even need to go push past their 30. It's a beatable score, but if they just keep a very strong presence in the middle of the map and keep doing what they do best, they know they can win this game easily. So it's up the ante to show them what they're made of and get a good, clean push past that checkpoint.
Sure. I think once that checkpoint is grabbed, this just be a lot easier time from there. And the checkpoint in this game in this map specifically, is a little bit of an annoying one to get. But anything is possible, as they are starting to try to make a little bit of a path here to the checkpoint, but unfortunately getting punished here by the ballpoint, not allowing them to move any further. Along with the jet, they really want to just push up the ante out of their space.
As we see now, Project Blank popping the Rainmaker, gonna casually grab it. There's a minute left. They just want to buy as much time as possible, and the hammer comes in from the side of up the ante. They want to shut down any delay possible. They want to get straight to it. They just want to get into position to get ready to push for a lead here at the end of the game. Ideally, they want to push this before overtime to reduce any possible stress and give them room for another push if it is not successful, to release breaking the checkpoint, which they do.
And narrowly avoiding the bomb as well. Honestly, there's their first push like into their base, into their space, excuse me. So they might just be able to use this to hopefully push some more points for them here.
A lot of players going down to the side of up the ante, which is not good when you want to take the lead at the end of the game. Unfortunate jumps getting picked off, and Project Blank looking very strong right now, but Jimmy getting picked off by the Rainbreak Explosion as well, and the Blob going down with a wipeout at the very end. Project Blank showing that they came to play, taking another game, going up 2-1 in the set over up the ante.
Project Blank just wasn't short of pressure. If they weren't in their base, they were making sure they were holding their space. And it worked perfectly here for them as they were just able to capture that 33 lead and just sit back the rest of the game. We'll stall up the rest of the game.
Yeah, it all comes down to time. If you have that lead, you can get a lead. But they got that 33 push in 57 seconds. They spent the last 4 minutes and 3 seconds just buying time, winning fights, doing what they know how to do, and that's just how the game goes. You know, sometimes you just have to delay as long as possible. You gotta play like a TO. You gotta keep delaying. Next up,
they have momentum here.
Yeah. Next up, we have Clamblitz on Mako Mart. This is tournament point for Project Blank if they manage to take this game, or up the ante can manage to take another win and then bring it to the final game 5 of the tournament. It is all up the ante to bring this game back home. Mako Mart Clamblitz.
Chance here?
Yeah, it's an interesting map. I don't know what we're gonna see. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of the same roster. These two teams seem very solidified in what they play. They're confident. There's a lot of some niche picks in here. Toes with the Blobber, and it's nice to see people getting comfortable and just playing what they know how to play, not getting too caught up with what's meta, what goes good on this map, and just doing what they know how to do.
For sure, it's a nice refreshment to see. We do see the game being started up here. Honestly, let's see what happens.
Yeah, we gotta let the players speak for themselves and just take this game away. We'll see if Project Blank can win the tournament right here, right now, get that fancy Sendou badge, or if up the ante are gonna fight back and prove that they deserve to be here. See, clams getting collected a lot on the side of up the ante. They want to get that economy started as fast as possible, maybe get an early push on this map. A lot of fighting in mid, back and forth. No one's really overstepping their bounds. Don't want to over-engage and lose a fight.
Right here, we do see up the ante taking that first pick. Oh, never mind. That Carpet coming in to put a little bit of cleanup on here and returning back to their team. Again, we're just stuck in mid. A lot of the time, it's stalemate until we can see a team get a special to push past that half point. And there we do. We do see the Jet, and we do see a Zuka ready here on Project Blank. So they might be able to use this if they build their clam economy and just make that person. And there they are.
Yeah,
at the same time.
So, yeah, Project Blank does manage to open this barrier as up the ante is pushing back. They do not want them getting more clams, but they keep sneaking in occasional clams. The basket open, get a smaller push, though this isn't the amount they want to see. They want to see a much bigger, better push if they want to continue this pressure. The hammer does get a pick. The side of Project Blank does start to regroup, get ready, and probably get a better push to get them more points soon after.
And there's that Tri-Slosher pulling up and taking over their right stack. Tri-Slosher, again, is just an amazing weapon on this map, being able to just contest their stacks and take that space if necessary. An amazing pick here for something like Mako Mart.
Yeah, the stacks are very, very important here. The majority of fights you see in this map usually come from the stacks or through the stacks, and it's so easy to reach most of the map from that position, especially in a meta dominated by ball points and a lot of other strong weapons that have very good reach and angles. The barrier is broken once again by Project Blank, throwing a lot of specials out to keep the players out. Not a lot of clams on the board though. They do get to 55, but they still want to see a much bigger lead if they want to confirm this victory over up the ante.
Maybe someone from up the ante, maybe trying to. I thought they might have just tried to sneak by here, but 49 on the count isn't bad at all. Again, they're putting themselves in a position where, with the lead that they can have, they're gonna probably try to stall out if it gets to the later times of the map, and we still end up at a more stalemate. Up the ante is doing a pretty good job at making sure that Project Blank doesn't get a huge amount of points in, but it's just a matter of getting that offense in order to get their score counting down.
Yeah, speaking of getting score counting down, we see almost 2 balls on the side of Up the Ante. Unfortunately, one player goes down, the other player does not make a ball yet. 2 players down on both sides of the map. Very important picks can come here if anyone gets picked down, and Up the Ante manages to break the barrier finally. No one with the follow-up. They still have a chance to get some clams in if they sneak in before the barrier closes, but it seems like that is the push, just the 1 power clam. Still enough to get your foot in the door, but not enough to beat a team of Project Blank.
The most they got out, I mean, we did see Project Blank be able to get an extra pity out of that, so they may be able to use that in their next push. But yeah, pushing with the rest of your team would be a lot beneficial here, as they would probably be able to score a lot more points that way. However, oh wow, wait, hold on. We just saw 3 down go down on Up the Ante, as Project Blank is coming back in strong. Hopefully scoring more points here as the Tri-Stars are engaging in a duel, but it might just close up here as they wipe them out. Yeah, right here is Up the Ante's chance to go ahead and make those big points in, as they just waste no time and go straight for the barrier.
Yeah.
And go for the lead.
Yeah, Up the Ante they have the map clear with the wipeout. They're able to just grab as many clams as possible, throw in a couple of power clams. I saw 2, maybe even 3. I didn't even count. I think it was 2. Yeah, mathematically should have been 2. Yeah, I knew math. But yeah, Up the Ante manages to take the lead off of a good, clean wipeout. Now it is up to the side of Project Blank to break the barrier and see if they can get something going here to take this last game, or we will go to game 5.
It's not over till it's over. So honestly, we did see a bit of the table turn here, as now Up the Ante is forced on the defensive. However, I think they're going to use this jump here to try to.
They didn't get it.
Jump immediately getting stopped.
They didn't get it. They couldn't get the ball!
No!
And they got the pity though, they can get it in. I heard a pity I heard a clam get grabbed somewhere and didn't see any clams at the top of the map and got very confused. The side of Up the Ante, they're just throwing clams off the map. Everyone is just scrambling. We now have overtime, both sides pushing up. They do not want to get their basket open. Project Blank wanting to take home this tournament, Up the Ante wanting to stay in it. It's anyone's game in this short overtime.
For sure, it would take a lot here for Project Blank to go ahead and make that in, which actually the path has just been cleared. They might just be able to push this, but unfortunately getting stopped. And Up the Ante taking home the win of this game.
Yeah, Up the Ante.
They flipped the tables.
Yeah, Up the Ante really wanting to stay in this tournament. We are going to game 5 in the finals of Coral Clash Low Tide number 1. They're bringing it right to the bitter end. Both these teams neck and neck, going 2-2 so far. And we are ending it on Splat Zone's Haggle, everyone's favorite, everyone's beloved map. Nothing can go wrong here. We have 2 very neck and neck teams, 2 very strong contenders on a fan favorite map. This one's gonna be a good one.
I'm excited to see how this one goes. Oh, Hagglefish. I mean, I love Hagglefish. We talked about it earlier. We love Hagglefish in this household. Commentators a little biased towards this map, gotta say it. But
okay, this is different than Mahi Tower. Mahi Tower is our bias. Splat Zones, I've seen people on Twitter going like this is the new rule, every scrim opens a Splat Zones Haggle. Like, people seem to really like this map. I don't like, is there a weapon that doesn't work here? Like, I feel like every weapon can play this map mode. There's good angles for everything. There's good angles for buckets, there's good angles for dualies, good angles for rollers, for chargers, like every backline, midline, frontline. It's a good time.
Not so much, but then again, it is pretty late for. I'm looking at the time here. Honestly, this is a pretty even map. Like, this is really just who's gonna just push forward and take it home, as we're in the final game of this set. Grand finals, y'all.
Yeah, here we go. We have again, both teams just playing what they're comfortable with. Nobody's overstepping their boundaries and trying to mix something up. They're both confident that they will win the game doing what they do best. See both teams rushing into zone, trying to cap it. A little bit of pressure on the top side from Toes on the machine, but one goes down on the side of Up the Ante. Project Blank trying to take the zone, and they go 2 down. They do indeed secure it.
Yeah, that first zone going to Project Blank here. It's already really good, as if they can manage to push up a little bit and hold Up the Ante up in their base a little bit more. They could secure a good amount of points here.
Carbon roller here on the side of Project Blank. Sharking trying to get some picks. Unfortunately cannot get the angles. Though now the players on Up the Ante want to push in as Project Blank is almost halfway to the lead. Over halfway done this match with less than a minute into the game already. It's not looking good for Up the Ante. They got to break back in if they want a chance of getting that Sendou badge and going home with the dub.
True, we did see that crab on 10 here, but is it going to be enough to actually reverse this here on the zone, as we do see Up the Ante getting a pick here with a hammer? There's actually 2 down for Project Blank here, but they might just be able to contest this and maybe claim this back.
No, the Carbon Roller left alone by themselves could not fend off the entire roster of Up the Ante. Up the Ante taking back the zone and bringing back this game. Gonna see how far that push gets, and who knows, maybe they can KO, maybe they'll take home the trophy right now. We'll have to wait and see, as a lot of specials come up from both sides of the map, a lot of pressure going on. Project Blank taking back the zone. Up the Ante still fighting, and it's a wipeout, ever so slightly, and it's a wipeout.
And thus the tables have been turned once again, as Up the Ante is now pushed back into defense. Honestly, a good build of specials here, and they might just be able to bring this back. It's very tight here, especially with Project Blink having the counter to 6. So it's very tight here. You only have so much time to make that push back into mid.
Yeah, we can see here Project Blank getting set up in a good position that disallows Up the Ante from getting into the mid. And I spoke too soon as he threw a couple specials and knock out one player from Project Blank and managed to take the zone neutral and give Project Blank a penalty. Now they're holding the zone. It's still 4-4 in terms of players, so it's still anyone's battle here as there's a skirmish in the mid. One player goes down the side of Project Blank, and one player goes down Up the Ante. Now another on Project Blank. They're just going down, dropping like flies on both sides of the map. Bunch of 1v1s getting fought. As you see, the zone is put in neutral and favors towards the side of Up the Ante now. Never mind, Project Blank takes it back.
We're going a lot of back and forth here. Honestly, though, even though Project Blank has a really good lead, Up the Ante is not going to go down without a fight, as they're just trying to push the zone back into neutral, even as the counters slowly start ticking down. They got to be able to hold the zone for a little bit longer here, especially with those penalties, once again, starting to go down.
You see some fighting going on at a few different points of the map here. A lot of players go down, and all the players go down from Up the Ante. Project Blank taking back the position. 30 points of penalty, and then 6-second counter to KO. As you see, these Splash players kind of hanging out. They're excited. They're getting towards the victory, and they're confident.
It seems like a pretty good lock here, as they do take another one from Up the Ante down, and taking down a Wiper. They actually might be taking 3 down and might be leading towards a wipeout, as this Jet is a slow one, and they do. They finish it off strong, pushing that penalty down to the ground, finishing off the counter, and pushing Up the Ante back. Project Blank takes the set.
Yeah, Project Blank just putting on the pressure, not letting Up the Ante break back in. They broke in a couple times, but unfortunately for Up the Ante, Project Blank knew what they were doing. They held them out, and they got the KO, ending up in a 3-2, taking the grand finals of the Clownfish Bracket, getting that sweet new Sendou badge, and becoming the winners of Coral Clash Low Tide #1. And that's...
Both teams played amazing,
yeah.
But congratulations to Project Blank.
Yeah, for sure. And Up the Ante, nothing to scoff at. That was a very close set. Even though that last game, they only got 50 to 60 points, it was still back and forth fights, tons of chaos, picks left and right. it could have been anyone's game, that entire set. That is everything for us tonight for Coral Clash. Congratulations again to Project Blank coming first place and getting that new Sendou badge. I'm sure you'll be glad to have that. I've been one of your commentators. I am Hammy, known more professionally as Hammy in the Wall. Normally, I'm not a commentator here. I am in charge of promotion and production. I'm the streamer. But last second, we had some people back out due to literal and metaphorical thunderstorms. And this is my first time commentating ever. And it was a blast. And I was joined here with Fufu. Fufu, shout yourself out.
Hi, Fufu. I'm also usually not on commentating, as I am the artist for Coral Clash here. Again, find me at SlatFufu. Hello. It was a lot of fun. It was very fun. Commentating here with Hammy, as our teams have spent a lot of time trying to put this together and make this great for you guys. Even with our little difficulties in the front, we all very much appreciate you guys tuning in. And of course, thank you so much to the players that also decided to sign up for the tournament on this new era of Cephalopod Cooperative.
Yeah, and as Fufu mentioned, again, thanks for sticking with all the technical issues, all the issues throughout the tournament, as again, a lot of people on our staff team are new to tournaments, and this is like a brand new era of Cephalopod Cooperative. We're hoping to do some great things, we're working out a lot of the kinks, and we're going to have some cool stuff in the future. But that's all from us tonight. Again, I've been Hammy. You can find me at Hammy in the Wall on most social medias. Fufu, again, please go follow them. They're an awesome artist. They're the ones who created our amazing idol, Sia and Nemone. You can see on the screen here and do all of our art and the logo and stuff. Go follow them on Twitter. Feel free to check out our Discord server. We have a large community of people, and we're trying to grow it, and we're going to start doing much more cool things in the future. More tournaments coming up, including more Coral Clash Low Tide, which is our low ink skill level area tournament, and then there's Coral Clash High Tide, which is uncapped, all skill levels. Anyone can enter tournaments. A lot of good stuff to come. Any closing remarks, Fufu, before we head out for the night?
GG's. See you guys next time.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye-bye.